It's the City Beautiful, Chicago, Illinois, where this afternoon Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Jose Abreu, Melky Cabrera, Jose Quintana and our Sox as they get set to butt heads with Jeremy Guthrie and the tough Kansas City Royals. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you Game 3 of this four-game set. As you know, the doubleheader yesterday, we split it. They won the opener. We won the nightcap. But Sox have a battle in their hands, and we're making the most out of it playing here at home.
Well, they know two things have to happen to get to the playoffs. One is you got to dominate your division, and two, you have to win here at U.S. Cellular. They're taking care of one of them because they're winning at home. In the last 11 home games, they're 8-3. The batting average, pretty respectable at 265. Earned run average just terrific at 227. Opponents aren't hitting anything against the pitchers. As you can see, the innings and the hits corresponding to some pretty good results. So with 3 shutouts, these guys are throwing the ball very well here at home, and hopefully that continues today.
Well, Quintana's been throwing the ball well all year long and can't get any runs.
The man is desperately in need of some runs. They're playing pretty good defense behind him. They're just not scoring. So take a look at what Jose has done. And over the last 9 starts, it's been brilliant. 9 quality starts, but his 2-4 record doesn't jibe with the 2.82 ERA. 28 strikeouts in his last 4 starts, and he hasn't walked anybody. So this is one of the better pitchers around who doesn't have much of a record. But hopefully, Jeremy Guthrie will not do what he usually does against our Sox, which is throw the ball very well. Last 3 starts, all quality starts. He was 2-0, the ERA 3.26. He's a veteran pitcher who moves the ball around, and he usually saves his best for our team. But let's see if Quintana is equal to the task this afternoon.
He will be. But earlier today, a moment caught in time. The monument, well, the monument and all the men who made it possible. The 2005 reunion weekend continues next. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Audi, truth in engineering. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. Game 1 of the 2005 World Series. The White Sox bullpen was the headline.
To the White Sox.
In Game 2, a grand moment by Paul Konerko.
He rips one in the left. Konerko.
Game 3, an unlikely hero. And after the last pitch was thrown,
Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series.
the White Sox had won their first World Series in 88 years. A decade later, we celebrate that 2005 team and all their accomplishments. It's a 2005 White Sox reunion weekend, and it begins next.
Just have concluded the ceremonies and the introductions of the 2005 World Champion Chicago White Sox. And Steve, brought back a lot of memories.
Well, it's a wonderful day, and it's great that the fans have come out to support a ball club that they truly loved, one that gave them their first World Championship in 88 years. And to see those guys down on the field seemingly enjoying what they did to be back as a group, that's probably a testament to that team. That's probably one of the reasons why they did win it all.
That was the poster child, so to speak, of the way they played. They were together. They were a team. They had chemistry. They had guys who came in and did things, and I saw some guys I haven't seen in years this morning, guys like Carl Everett, who brought an edge to this ball club. Carl Everett's one of my favorite White Sox players. He came to win, and if you're on his team and you did something wrong, he would get in your face, and that brought that team together in many, many ways. They played out there. They had fun. They didn't need 24, 25 cabs after a game was over.
And one of the biggest parts of that ball club was awarded something that is tough to do unless the fans are really feeling it. And that's Ozzie Guillen when he was introduced. Got a tremendous hand from the crowd. They appreciate what he had to do with that World Championship. It was kind of nice when Ozzie looked up at the booth and saluted you for the contributions that you had for that ball club and the fact that everybody seemed to be in it together. It's kind of nice to see Ozzie do that.
Well, it was, and that's the way it was. Everybody was in it. I mean, we were all rowing the boat in the same direction. And Ozzie had so much, as you've heard me say many times, Ozzie was a key element to winning the World Championship. When our ball club had that 15.5 game lead, it shrunk to a game and a half over Cleveland, Ozzie took over. And the main, to me, as a baseball man all my life, to me, the main job of a manager is not X's and O's. It's taking pressure off his players so they can play the game at a high level of performance.
And they certainly were able to do that for a sustained period of time. But the best came at the end when you go 11-1. And that's exactly what happened in the playoffs, through the World Series, and got that trophy that will live on long after a lot of these folks are gone. John Garland threw the ceremonial first pitch. We were away in a commercial break, and John got up, and I'm pretty sure that was a called strike. He used to throw nothing but strikes.
Well, he was a member of something we'll never see again. 4 consecutive complete games. And you will never see that again in Major League Baseball.
Well, it is a beautiful day at the ballpark. It's hot, it's very humid, but a great day to pitch and hopefully a great day to win the third game of a 4-game series. So let's take a look at how Ned Yost is going to line up his American League champion, Kansas City Royals. Alcides Escobar leading it off, and he's been red hot lately. Mike Moustakas in the 2 spot. Then it's Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez behind the plate, Omar Infante at second, Alex Rios in right, and Paulo Orlando is in left and hitting 9th. The defense and how they'll line up behind Jose Quintana, Melky Cabrera in left, Adam Eaton in right. In center, it's J.B. Shuck in right because Avisail Garcia is getting a much-needed day off. Tyler Saladino, Alexi Ramirez, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu rounded out. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Jose Quintana. On for his 19th start, he's just 4-9. His ERA 3.69. As you can see, just 26 walks, 101 strikeouts, and 114 2/3 innings. He's by and large kept the ball in the ballpark. That will be a challenge today because it is so warm and so humid. The umpires for the game this afternoon, the crew chief, Jerry Meals, behind the plate. Andy Fletcher's at first, Jordan Baker at second, and Paul Emmel is at third base. So Robbins certainly likes the way his ball club has been playing at home of late. The team is actually hitting the baseball a lot better at home. This is his 4th season. There you see the numbers. He's standing right next to Mark Parrott, who's his bench coach. And Kansas City comes in first place for 4 games over Minnesota. They're 53-35. And Ned Yost doesn't feel real comfortable yet as far as it being atop the Central, but he realizes that if you're the front runner, they have to catch you. Sox come in 11 games in back of Kansas City, and they've moved ahead of Cleveland into 4th place. So they've thrown the ball around the infield, and that means we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Alcides Escobar gets set to lead this off for the first-place Royals against our 26-year-old southpaw, Jose Quintana. Corners in close. And there's a line drive base hit. J.B. Shuck will get it back in.
And if you were to draw a prototype base hit from Alcides Escobar, that would be it. Little line drive into right center field. So he's not a great base runner. He does have some speed, but he's on at the top.
So here's Moustakas. 1 for 4 in the series. Comes in hitting at .296, 8 homers, 32 driven in. And Moustakas has hit Quintana well. 10 for 32 as he fakes the bunt. Now that should affect Tyler Saladino a little bit. But he's 10 for 32 with a couple of homers. Moustakas with a line shot home run game 1 yesterday. Fouls that back. Sox come in having won 10 of the last 14 games. Kansas City with that record of 53-35, 17 games over. I think that 18 games over. That ball into center field. Way back. Over his head. So here comes Escobar. He's going to score. It's quickly a 1-0 Kansas City lead.
Moustakas driving in run number 33 this year, and they're going up there aggressively early in the count. That's exactly what the Cubs did to Jose last time out. Knowing that he throws a lot of strikes, they jumped on him early. There's only been 3 pitches, and 2 hit fairly hard. Adam Eaton with no chance. Well read by Escobar because he was taking off around second before that ball was over Eaton's head.
So here's Kane, 3 for 8 in the series, but he has hit the ball very hard. Takes ball 1 in here at the ballpark. 330 down the left field line. 335 down the right field line. 375 in the gap, send 400 straight away center.
That was leaving nothing to the imagination as Kane really aired it out.
Yeah, he did. It was a little un-Kansas City-like with a man on second and nobody out.
Well, maybe they go with the I'll take one for me and then give you one to the right side.
That's probably exactly what his thinking is. But on the other side of that page, sometimes when you're swinging the bat as well as he is, hitting 318 coming in, 8 homers, 43 knocked in. Sometimes the manager does not want you to give yourself up with a weak little ground ball. Big hole over there. No, that's not a
he
man
didn't
on second. Nobody else.
That's not a get me over swing, no. Kane is just shaking his head because he realized that ball was inside, and when you get the ball in there, there's really nothing a hitter can do. Because if he does get the head of the bat on it, as Kane did, he's going to hit it well foul.
The 1-2. And that's in the whole base hit. So 3 straight hits. A single, a double, and a single.
Well, the Kane at bat went a little bit longer, but one of the reasons why they're up there just jumping on everything is Jose Quintana, over the last 3 starts, has thrown a first pitch strike over 80% of the time. So you're pretty well assured that the first pitch is going to be in the zone. Now, he was able to adjust against the Cubs and wound up throwing a pretty good ball game, only to fall short in that one. But this is a very good hitting Kansas City team.
Hitting .272 as a club coming in, and they don't strike out.
That's what makes the performance by Johnny Danks in the nightcap last night that much better.
He was awesome. Hosmer. Also, Quintana has done something no other White Sox pitcher has ever done. And he's only the 4th in Major League history to accomplish this feat. And the feat is striking out 8 or more batters with 0 walks in his last 3 starts.
There you look at Johnny Danks and what he did last night. He probably was unhappy about the 4 walks, but overall he knew that he threw the ball about as well as he can throw it. Ran his record to 9-1 lifetime against the Kansas City Royals. 5-0 lifetime at U.S. Cellular Field. And I was talking with a couple of the broadcasters as we walked out of the booth last night, and they said, well, I know we got to face Chris Sale on Sunday, but boy, we're happy we don't face Johnny Danks again because they just can't hit Johnny Danks.
Well, he called it.
Yeah, he told
Johnny
you.
called it. Before the game. I like that. That gives some accountability.
Well, it gives you a great insight into his frame of mind going into that outing.
You know, I got to tell you, when he told me that and what we're talking about, before the game, Johnny, I was walking by the locker as a curveball strike to Hosmer. And he looked at me and he said, Hawk, get ready to call a Jim because I'm going to give you one. I've never seen, since he's been here, the look on his face the way he had it when he said that. It wasn't a smile. He wasn't laughing. I've never seen that in Johnny Danks. And there is a base hit. So 4 straight hits. And it's 2-0.
We're going to take a brief look at Johnny Danks last night and the fact that he came out with whole lot of determination. And also, he came out with a curveball that was as good as we've seen. He came out with a well-placed fastball, pretty good changeups. And all in all, on a very difficult night to pitch because it was hot and steamy here, he went into the 7th inning and held one of the baseball's best offenses down to almost nothing. They did get 4 hits, but could not dent the plate. And the man that's going tomorrow, Chris Sale, sitting to the right of Johnny Danks.
I would emphasize that performance by Johnny even more so, it magnified it, was the fact that this is a huge series that everybody in town knows about. It's a huge homestand. And when you have a chance to win the first game and you don't perform, you don't execute, you lose it 4-2, that even doubles the pressure on whoever's going to pitch game 2. Pressure, as we know, is the biggest killer performance.
Now you get a perfect double play man up in Kendrys Morales. He's having a real good run at it, but he does not have speed.
He's hitting .280 with 11 homers, but he's knocked in 61.
He's hitting .303 right-handed, .264 left-handed. As you can see with runners in scoring position, he's been deadly at .343 with 50 driven in. So he's a better right-hand hitter, but he does have more power left-handed. 9 of his 11 home runs have come as a lefty.
He's 2 for 8 in this series and 3 for 14 lifetime off Quintana. Hosmer doing something that I think that more runners should do, especially if you got a good first base coach. That ball in the dirt, nice, as Tyler kept it in front of him. And watch Hosmer taking his lead. Watch how he'll take his lead. He's still got Abreu in his peripheral vision. Gets out there a big lead. And that's going to give him another step, maybe 2 steps into second base to beat a play there and beat a force play.
Unless there's a rocket hit to one of the infielders, he's probably going to beat the play. Goes Rusty Kuntz, the first base coach. Talks to him. He's getting off as far as Abreu is away from that bag.
Talking to some of the Kansas City people, they just absolutely adore Rusty Kuntz and say he's probably the best. They think he's the best first base coach in baseball. It's gotten to the point now, first base coach has tremendous responsibilities. Used to be, it was more of a just perfunctory type position, but no more.
Not if you want to be good at it, because there's a lot you got to remember, including telling a lot of base runners the signs because they miss it.
And also checking in their outfielders. Alexei with a beautiful stop, and Rakova, beautiful double play. Yes, yes.
Well, there's a hard hit ball you want off the bat of Morales. And Alexei going to his right makes the play, and then it's relatively easy. It was hit so hard that even with that big lead, Hosmer could not get close, and then it's an easy throw to first base to get Morales, who leads this team in grounding into double plays. And that, I believe, is number 14.
So here's Perez, Salvador at .258, 15 homers and 38 knocked in. that's trouble. So the 2 out, RBI. And it is 3-0. Now that double play even larger.
RBI number 39 for Salvador Perez. This ball is right down the middle. It's a fastball. Probably, if anything, you'd call it outer third. Perez does a whole lot of damage for a guy that catches this well. And he drove that ball in the gap and ran it into a double, the second double of the inning.
Omar Infante hitting at .234.
As you can tell, with a .234 batting average and a .247 on base percentage, Omar doesn't walk too much. In fact, 6 times this year and 299 at bats. You pretty much have to throw it out of the ballpark to stop him from swinging.
Kansas City leading all of Major League Baseball in fewest strikeouts. They have 512 coming into today. For an example, Detroit was 682. Oakland was 723. Houston with 844. So, yeah, the Astros over 300 more strikeouts in Kansas City.
Well, the Astros have a lot of very talented young players who have yet to figure it out. Eventually they will, and they're hitting the ball out of the ballpark with regularity. They do find themselves a half game in back of the Angels, however, in the AL West.
The 1-2 pitch. That's low.
Pitch number 26 on the way, so this has been a very stressful inning for Jose.
And that's a souvenir right side.
There you look at what he's done against the Royals, and sometimes when a team has your number, doesn't matter who's wearing that uniform or what uniform you're wearing, they just seem to match up real well with you.
He gone. But they put a crooked number up there. Big double play started by Alexei, but we trail it 3-0.
Eaton leading it off. Tyler Saladino in the 2 spot. Then it's Melky Cabrera, Jose Abreu, Adam LaRoche, Alexi Ramirez, J.B. Shuck getting a start today. Tyler Flowers, who's been red hot lately, and Carlos Sanchez rounding it out. The defense and how they'll line up behind Jeremy Guthrie. It's Orlando, Kane, and Rios in the outfield with Moustakas, Escobar, Infante, and Hosmer in the infield. Salvador Perez behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Jeremy Guthrie. On for his 18th start, he's 7-5 this year with a high earned run average. Doesn't walk many people, doesn't strike out many people, but he has given up 13 home runs. An opponent's hitting 300, which is a high number.
And before we show you our picks to click you at home, select yours. There's first pitch strike at Guthrie. He's 10-8 lifetime against us, 3-1 last year. And Guthrie, as we know, comes right at you. One out. Those guys that come right at you are not afraid of the bat.
Well, many years ago, 2002 to be exact, Jeremy Guthrie was the first-round draft pick of the Cleveland Indians, the 22nd player picked in the country. And later, claimed on waivers by Baltimore, acquired by the Rockies, and then acquired by Kansas City, where he's found a home.
Takes that pitch down low. Tyler hitting at .313, 3 for 6 in the series. There's a strike.
There's not one thing he's done since being called up that would dispel the notion that he can play in the major leagues. Every time he's been called on to execute, he's done just that and played fine defense.
And there's a shot base hit.
Tyler continues to take exactly what the pitchers are giving him. That ball is up and on the outer third. He takes it over Infante's head at second. He runs very well. And it appears that he's pretty much ready to be here.
25 for 27 in stolen bases in Charlotte. Melky takes first pitch strike. He's 1 for 7 in the series. Guthrie and Mormon out of Brigham Young. Takes that pitch outside. Spent 2 years on a mission to Spain in 1999 and 2000. Speaks Spanish fluently. He's a very interesting case study. Brilliant mind. And a tremendous competitor. That's right at him. Another hang whooping. For Melky. 2 down.
Well, Guthrie has something going for him that the Sox could put to bed, but they got 1 out to do it, and that is he has not allowed a run in the first inning in any of his last 8 games. That's right around a month and a half. That's a pretty good streak because the first inning usually the toughest for any pitcher, and not so for Guthrie.
Now, in high school, he was a class valedictorian, also named MVP for football, basketball, and baseball in his senior seasons. That's pretty good credentials.
I could have easily have been the valedictorian, but there was more than one person in my graduating class.
I didn't have much more than that. I went to military school. We had 56 in my graduating class. We had 211 in the whole school.
Not the best scenario for a football team, I wouldn't think.
And we beat everybody.
Did you really?
Yeah. We beat everybody in football. We beat everybody in basketball. We beat most everybody in baseball. Watch out. That's off the plate. In fact, my senior year. We played Citadel freshmen twice. They beat us first game. Second game, we beat them by 20.
I will assume that the Citadel had a few more students than you fellows.
Yeah. High into left field. Playing it perfectly is Orlando. And that'll retire the side. But we get the hit by Saladino. And after one is 3-0 bad guy.
Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Tomorrow night, tune in for an all-new episode of Beer Money presented by Coors Light. Watch Chicago's biggest sports fans belly up to the bar. Belly up to the bar and test their sports trivia knowledge. So tomorrow at 7, right here on CSN Chicago.
This Royal team has been built to last as far as competitiveness for quite some time. In fact, the last 2 years, their winning percentage was .540. That was the franchise's first back-to-back winning season since 88 and 89. And this year, they're sitting there at 18 over. You figure this is going to be well more than a winning season. It could turn into a championship for them because they're a difficult team to beat.
They're a difficult team to beat for the most part because they don't beat themselves. More games that are lost than that are won. Rios takes a strike. He's hitting .236. Couple of homers, 14 knocked in. He had a home run yesterday. First one since opening day.
And that home run also came against our Sox.
Pass into short center field. Adam comes on with some makeup. Some makeup speed there. Didn't get a good read on it. And that's out number 1. So here is Orlando. Former Sox farmhand hitting at .242, 3 homers, 14 knocked in. Now he'll cover some ground out there in left field because he can fly. But when you lose Alex Gordon, that's a loss that is tough to take.
And they lost him to an injury. It was severe groin injury. Those things, although they estimate 2 months, it could very well be the rest of the year. It's not an exact science trying to predict, and it's a tough injury to come back from with the acceleration you have to have as a major league player.
Alexei can't get him. Not with that speed. Beautiful effort, though. Normal guy. He's out.
Orlando's one of the fastest men on the field, and you could make a case for him being the fastest man on the field. The fact that it was this close is a testament to how good a play it was for Alexei in the hole. He doesn't have a chance really to plant. He kind of plants and slides a bit. But as soon as this one gets by Saladino, almost impossible to conceive that Orlando wouldn't beat it out, and yet it's a bang-bang play.
Well, not in the dugouts, but on the field right now, he's the fastest guy. And Jared Dyson might be a little quicker. But we don't have anybody that quick. Here's Escobar. Hit the first pitch of the game into right field solidly for a base hit and came around to score. One and one to count.
Those are the career numbers against Jose. Look at a few guys in this lineup with solid career numbers against Jose. Hence the 0-6 lifetime record.
Yeah, 0-3 last year. Through the wickets.
We're going to check and see if that is a wild pitch or pass ball. My first inclination would be a pass ball, and yeah, that's exactly what it is, and Bob Rosenberg confirms that.
Escobar now 11 for 38 lifetime against Quintana. There's a strike.
Escobar has been pretty much on the every other year philosophy. He left Milwaukee to go to Kansas City in 2011, where he hit 254. Then he hit 293 in 12. Then he hit 234. And last year, it ballooned up to 285. He played all 162 games.
Oh, nice play by Saladino. Yes, beautiful. Ball hit hard in the hole.
This one looked like it had base hit written all over it. But Tyler, ranging far to his left, makes the dive. Able to get up quickly and almost an underhand toss. Throws it right on the button.
He can throw from where he catches it from, but also, if you notice, he's a short-arming thrower. And you show me a guy who has good velocity with a short arm, they're going to get you more often at first base than the guy who has to reach back.
Well, it costs you a step and a half.
Exactly.
I mean, you're getting a step and a half more quickly over to first.
Moustakas fouls that straight back just below us.
Everything turned around for Mike Moustakas when Ned Yost put him in the 2 spot. He was always one of those guys that said, well, he should be better than he is. I know he's okay, but he should be a lot better. He should hit more home runs, should drive in more runs. Finally, as a 2-hitter, because of the responsibilities of that position, the fact that he's starting to go to left field, he's starting to come alive.
Well, I was thinking about Ned Yost and his move with Chris Sale in the All-Star game when he first said he definitely will pitch in this game. And then the next day he said, well, he's only going to use him in an emergency. And after thinking about it, it showed me that if he had pitched him after saying that emphatically, what he's telling his team is that this guy's good. We don't want to face him. But by saying no, only in an emergency, which gives him an out, he's telling him, hey, we're going to compete against this guy. We don't care if we face the best or not. So I think it was a real good move and a smart move on his part. That ball in center field. So that'll retire the side. We go to the bottom of the second. 3-0. DiMaggio, our director and crew, well, they won't that a meeting. So he's going with Sanchez, and I'm going to stay with Mike Spinelli and his crew for doing something, a job par excellence, as Mike and his crew are the people who are responsible for the giveaway. The rings today. It is absolutely the best I have ever seen in all my career.
And you at home, now one of those rings is the real ring. The other is the promotional giveaway today. You can understand why folks are pretty excited about it, but you at home, see if you can figure out which is the ring that was given in 2005 and which is the ring that was given out today. And we'll come back to it.
Yeah, tweet us. Tweet us and give us your pick. Is it the one on the right or the one on the left? As there's a changeup out in front of it.
And if you guess right,
what?
Hawk is going to give that ring to you that he wears so proudly.
Remember what I said about military school?
And if you want to tweet us, you can get to Hawk at Hawk Harrelson. If you want to get to me, you can get to me at Hawk Harrelson. No, actually, at Steve Stone. That's it.
0-2 the count. Got the shift on. Yeah, that's the best giveaway I've ever seen. Evens the count at 2. If you're just tuning in, 3 runs on 6 hits. They had 3 runs on 5 hits in the first inning. We have no runs on 1 hit by Saladino. Solid single in the right center. That's high into left. Going back is Orlando, right on the track. The edge.
So let's take a look once again at the rings. Is it the ring on the right or the ring on the left?
Well, the giveaway actually weighs more. You'd think it was going to be light, but it weighs more than the original.
And the giveaway is the ring on the right, and the original ring that Hawk wears so proudly is the ring on the left.
Here's Alexei at 222. couple of homers, 27 knocked in, and what a beautiful play, saving at least one run, starting that double play in the first inning. That ball hit hard, but they got a man there.
And we have some folks who didn't spend a great deal of time before they put that ring on.
Yeah, I'm saying with Spinelli, first of all, for the pick, and then second of all, he got us a win last night. So here's Shuck. JB at 276, no homers. He's driven in 7. He has faced Guthrie 6 times, and he has 3 hits.
I was standing with Mark Parent as he had the lineup card, and he walked up to JB. He says, "I'm not sure if this is a mistake or not, but here, take a look." JB was starting in the 7th spot. He said, "You ready?" I said, "Well, yeah, I'm ready." "Okay, just want to make sure."
Guthrie, right where he should be, and we're into the 3rd.
Stat, and it's the last 13 games in the life of Lorenzo Cain. His batting average up close to 500. He's hit a couple of home runs, 7 doubles, 10 driven in, and 11 scored. He's been a big factor in keeping Kansas City where they are atop the AL Central.
Well, that's the reason he wasn't trying to get the runner over the 3rd.
Well,
he's just swinging the bat like that. Let him go.
As hot as anybody.
A lot of similarities between Adam Jones and Lorenzo Cain. Big hack. They're both 29 years old. Just coming into their prime.
And neither lets too many fly balls fall in the field of play when they're in center field.
No. Both of them really fun to watch. As you know, that's one of my favorite things at a baseball game is watching the defense. We've already had 2 terrific plays, 2 run-saving plays. That ball hit hard down into the corner. So he's going to pick up a double. And that'll bring up Hosmer.
He just waited for that breaking ball, tracked it all the way. So when a hitter can do this, the ball doesn't have a sharp break. It has a gradual break because he just followed it down, kept his hands back, and then unloaded on a pitch that was out of the strike zone. If this is the best Quintana breaking ball, he's not going to be able to do what he just did to it.
Hosmer with an RBI single with the 2-run scoring plays. That beautiful double play started by Alexi, and then a beautiful diving to his left stop by Tyler Saladino. It's all right. Kane, 17 for 20 in stolen bases. Unless they playing him right where he should be, right close.
Hosmer hasn't drawn a walk against a left-hand pitcher in over a month. That's a little unusual, but he's been swinging the bat very well lately.
Two and one with Kendrys Morales on deck. He did not go. And the count 3-1. Oh yeah, even though it was a get me over on 3-1. Now the count is full. An old saying, if you can throw it 3-1, you can throw it 3-2. He comes with a fastball.
He was looking for a 3-2.
He was looking for a 3-2.
And he swung with that. That ball was in Flowers' glove.
Actually, he was on his way back to Quintana.
That's probably the latest swing you'll see from Hosmer, who's completely outguessed with this one, looking breaking ball all the way, and then go, oh, no.
So a big out. And here is Morales. And here's what he did his first time up hit Rocky.
Fortunately, this play has made otherwise it's a lot bigger than a 3-spot first inning. Good effort on both ends, and yet another double play.
There's one area we lead a lot of people. That's our 99th double play turn. Kansas City on the other side has turned 74. One out and the 1-1 pitch. Lorenzo upset with himself. He didn't take off.
There you see the disparity in the batting averages. As Kane starts to go, but Jose is looking at him the whole time. Would have been very easy if he continued to go to step off the mound.
You saw Kane hit his fist. He is much more likely to go with 1 out than with no out.
In stolen bases, the American League leaders, Altuve, Billy Burns, and then Lorenzo Cain.
That Billy Burns is fun to watch play.
He's a good player.
He's a fun guy. He can't hit a home run, but he is fun to watch play. Ate him up on the fist. And Sanchez goes back into short center. 2 down.
That was a very good pitch for a left-hander to get a ball inside to a right-hander, especially crowding him up around the letters. Very few can get their hands out and get to that one and get anything on it.
And very few left-handers can throw the fastball inside to the right hand. They can throw a slider in there or a curveball, but not a fastball.
No, and that's why many of the left-handers have come up with cutters, because it's a lot easier to get inside than that high fastball.
So here's Perez with 2 out. He doubled in. Cain for the 3rd run. Takes that breaking ball strike.
Pretty good numbers against Jose Quintana.
Oh, and 2. If you're just tuning in, 3 runs for the Royals in the top of the 1st inning.
That hit him.
Watch out, get the ball. Don't assume anything.
Well, if it's ruled that it didn't hit him, then the ball is alive. But I think it got him. And I think they're going to send back Cain to second base.
Ball is dead if it hits a hit.
This breaking ball inside looks like, because it redirected like that, looked like it was right off the left shoe of Perez. It was. Otherwise, that goes right back at Tyler, and it bounded away. So you give up 90 feet to a dangerous hitter, but you send Cain back to second base.
Infante struck out to end the 1st inning. Struck out on the curveball. 2 on, 2 out. That's fair. This goes to the bag. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. We need 3 to tie.
And take a look at that celebration. No, it's not in April after they ended a losing streak. That is the World Series locker room. And there's the trophy. A 4-game sweep. And a lot of very happy young players. And a couple guys to my left, Joe Creedy to my immediate left, and Aaron Rowan, even lefter.
Even more left.
It's great to see you guys, and I know you're enjoying this weekend. I know you guys have been awfully busy, probably busier than you've been in a long time. But, Joe, tell us a little bit about what it felt like. We showed the locker room. What did it feel like in that locker room after it was all done?
Oh, it was, man, the old cliche, it was the greatest feeling I've ever had, you know, doing anything in life. And to be a part of that, just pandemonium in that clubhouse that night, I mean, words can't hardly describe how great it felt.
You know, I've got to say that one piece of the puzzle is missing here.
Yeah, we've only got 2 of the Stooges here.
That's it. You know,
and I guarantee you, he's watching right now.
He's watching.
This
is right. AJ Pierzynski. We were talking before when AJ joined us. We were talking about the ball club, and I said, AJ, you know, you got to try to find a way to bring Joe Creedy out of his shell. Because Joe would usually, as that ball hit into, Kane can get it. Not as good as Aaron Rowan, but he's close.
I don't know. He's got like track speed. He's got track speed out there.
He and Adam Jones. But so I said, you got to find a way. And I got to tell you, Joe used to come into the food room with his crossword puzzle, sit down, he'd work that crossword puzzle, eat, wouldn't say anything to anybody. And halfway through the season, I'm telling you, you couldn't shut him up. Between AJ and Aaron, they got him away. They brought him right out.
It's missing like a few hits will do for you.
Well, I think it was after about like 4 or 5 offers. We were in Cleveland. I'll never forget walking out of the clubhouse in Cleveland. I said, Joe, he was 0 for 4 with 3 punch-outs. I said, we're going out, buddy. He went 3 for 4 the next day with a homer. I said, that's it.
That'll make anybody happy.
Yeah.
That'll cure anything.
You know, and for you out there watching this interview right now, this is the way that team was. By the halfway point, this team was laughing. That was really what you'd call the consummate team with a capital T.
Yeah, I mean, everybody from the guy 25th man to the captain being Paul Konerko. That was it.
And you got to include the coaching staff and, of course, number 13.
Yeah, without him, it wouldn't have worked.
No, it wouldn't have.
He just had a way. I put it this way today. I was doing a Q&A with some of the season ticket holders, and I look at it kind of like as a parent. And you got to scold your kid. You got to get on them sometimes because they're not always going to do the right thing. But you know, they know that you love them. And that's how everybody looked at Ozzie. Yeah. No matter whether you did something wrong, you knew he was going to get on you, but you knew he was behind you and he believed in you.
Well, I've seen a lot of good managing jobs in my career, my 56 years of this game. That's one of the greatest managing jobs I've ever seen. Yeah. He held that. When you guys, we had that big lead over Cleveland, and not that we were choking or anything. They were just playing magnificent baseball.
Yeah, weren't they playing at like a 675 clip or something?
It was crazy.
750?
It was crazy how they were playing. And then it got to a game and a half, and Ozzie took the pressure off the club, and we go into Cleveland, and what happened there?
Well, sweep.
Sweep.
Well, I happened to get to go to spring training with the Phillies this year, and I was actually working with the big league club, and Grady Sizemore was with them at the beginning of the year, and now he's got traded, whatever, but he actually reminded me about that. And I go, the day we knew we were going to go ahead of those guys was the day he lost that ball in center field in the sun in Kansas City.
There's always a defining day or moment, isn't there? Always a defining game or moment.
Yeah.
Always.
And I always thought the game that we played here, with about 2 weeks left, against Cleveland when they got to within a game and a half, and we won it in walk-off fashion, and it seemed to really, change the mood in the clubhouse because it seemed like fate was on Cleveland's side in September of that year, and for us to come in here and finish that series off the way we did, it seemed like the tides have changed a little bit.
Well, Joe, everybody talks about this and that, but very seldom we talk about an 05 club, a world championship team, and the great defense that was played. You were absolutely spectacular at third base. One of the greatest seasons. In fact, I was talking with Eric Chavez out in Oakland. He's now a broadcaster for them. And I said, how in the world do you ever want to go glove over Joe Creedy?
Hey, and I was there with him. And you know what he said? He goes, I don't know. He should have won it.
That's right. That's what he said.
Because I was there with him.
He was pretty good in his own right.
Well, you know, we had also got Ghostbusters and we have Wall Busters. And you're sitting right next to the original Wall Buster here.
Man, we're best in center field.
And then you have Ball Busters like Ozzy.
What a team. What a team. You guys come in a good time because our club, 10-4 of the last 14, starting to get it together. Pitching great, starting to catch the ball. And when you do that, you got a chance of chemistry. You guys had the great chemistry. The only club I saw that equal that maybe a little bit better was the 83 White Sox, and you guys are right there with them.
I'll tell you what, watching these guys and being out here with you in Oakland and everything else, the key to winning championships and being successful starts on the mound, and then it goes to what you're doing on defense. And if you play together as a team and everybody's going to sell out for each other and be a team, that's what this guy next to me did.
Yeah.
And everybody talks about the great offense that Joe Creedy was, or that he did. And really, honestly, that was not even half of what he actually brought to the ball club. It was every day playing that position at third base. It was
Check
unbelievable.
there's some of it right there. He just made unbelievable plays.
Well, I would stand in center field, and I'm watching balls get hit going, oh, man, that's a double. That's a double. You know, down the line, in the hole, that's a base hit. And then all of a sudden, the ball would stop, and your eyes keep going towards left. But it would stop because Joe grabbed it.
Saladino with another base hit. That'll be an error on Rios.
That's
so, two out, runners at the corners.
That's Adam Eaton's speed right there affecting what Rios is doing out there. Alex looked up because he thought he was going to go from first to third. And then he bobbles the ball. He gets to go anyway.
Alex had a tough doubleheader yesterday defensively, and charged with an error here. That's just his third of the year.
I'd be lying if I said I never did that. But when you have somebody on the base,
any outfielder would be lying.
Yeah, when you have somebody on base that can run, you're going to peek a little bit to see if he's going or not, and then that's exactly what happens.
And that's out of play by Cabrera. Melky 0 for 1. He hit a line shot right at Orlando in left field. Melky's in one of those streaks. He's been in one of those streaks. He's starting to come out of it now, but there for about a month, he was hitting more hang whiffles. And every time, right at somebody. Rocket.
Well, Joe can tell you, too. You know you're doing everything right fundamentally at the plate, but when you're not getting results out there, you start putting pressure on yourself. And then it just starts that downward slide.
And it's amazing the feeling you have after hitting 3 balls hard at somebody and making outs, as opposed to hitting 3 bloops and getting 3 hits. Also, you feel pretty good about
That's
yourself.
right. You did nothing right, but you got 3 hits.
Exactly.
Hey, so when you see all those guys, when they show them up there going like this, and they're looking up at they're doing their cross on the chest, looking up, they're like, thank you, God.
Yeah. Here's the 1-1. Sure would be nice to pick up one of these things. Yeah, but it's nice to see a lot of you guys are seeing some guys you hadn't seen for a while. I saw Carl Everett today. I love Carl Everett.
Oh, yeah. Dancing Carl.
Boy, he brought an edge,
Yep.
didn't he? He brought an edge.
Oh, baby.
He brought an attitude in that clubhouse.
He did. That's why he was judge and jury.
I tell you what, it fit in there. I mean, I don't think too many people that butted heads with Carl. I mean, with the reputation he had coming in. But, for me, heck, I learned a lot just from watching him go about his daily business.
And talking to him.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, he is one of the best teammates I ever played with.
Yeah.
If there was a guy that you wanted to go to war with and go to battle with, you want that guy in your foxhole. Because that guy was going to stick up and stand up for every single guy wearing that uniform.
Yeah, there was another guy we had for a while, too, that I love, Tony Phillips. Same mold. Right out, two peas in a pod right there. And you better not do anything wrong as a teammate, because they get right in your face.
Right, they're going to let you know. I actually talked to Tony in the spring training about it. Yeah. I told him, I said, I wish I would have been able to play with you. I go, but I did have somebody close.
Yeah, that's right. Carl.
Yeah, I got to play with Tony in '97 spring training with the White Sox.
Oh, wow. Oh, get down.
Get down.
Yep. They will. There's a 2-out hit for Melky, and it's a 3-1 ball game.
There we go.
RBI number 35 is this time off the end of the bat. It falls in front of Orlando.
Well, he kept his bat going through that very, very well. You know, the longer you keep your bat in the zone, in the hitting zone, the more chances of getting hits. And you can see right there, he was out in front a little bit, but he kept his hands going through the zone. He ends up getting one off the end of. Yeah, exactly.
Brings up Jose Abreu, who hit a fly ball, well hit in the first inning, but unfortunately it stayed in the park. So runners at first and second, and he looks at a fastball for a strike.
Joe, have you walked up next to this guy?
Yeah, I got a chance to see him yesterday. Wow.
He's a big man. He is a big man. He reminds me of Willie Mo Pena.
Yeah, he's one of those guys when you're at third base you hate to see up there.
I wouldn't know. I couldn't imagine, like, if I had a guy like him or Willie Mo Pena coming up, I'd be like, just don't hit it to me. Just don't hit it to me.
Just don't break anything.
Right. Protect your face, and hopefully your cup is very good.
Well, if this ball club starts to consistently hit the ball, and the guys behind Jose start to hit the ball, he's going to see better pitches, because lately he hasn't seen a whole lot in the zone to hit.
Right, and then you got guys that get on base in front of him, and they're setting the table for him, but you're giving the other club an opportunity to pitch around him if the guys behind him aren't doing what they need to do.
And now Perez comes out. He wants a word with Guthrie.
Adams actually been hitting the ball pretty well lately, so, I mean, sometimes not getting the luck that he needs to have, but he's been hitting the ball consistently hard. And as a hitter, and Joe will tell you too, there should be two averages. It should be your batting average, whether you get a hit or you don't get a hit, but there should also be a hard hit average. Like, what you really want to know is, am I consistently squaring the ball up? And Adams been doing a pretty good job of that.
Actually, they have that now. It's not put out, obviously, for the fans' digestion, but it is a stat that's kept. The average on hard hit balls. Also, the average on balls put in play, which is kept. And every team has access to all of that. And you can get a pretty good idea about if a guy is squaring it up. You take a look at the league average and take a look at his average on hard hit balls. And, you know he's hitting in tough luck. And that one hit Abreu. So Guthrie, with two strikes, wanted to get it inside, but not quite that far inside, as Guthrie hits his 5th man of the year.
Well, you know that he's not trying to do that on purpose, because he doesn't want to load the bases. You already got one guy in scoring position, and then you bring up a guy like Adam LaRoche. Now you got two guys in scoring position. You don't want to do that. There was no intent at all right there. He let one go.
Let me ask both of you guys. Jose doesn't use any elbow protection. We've seen a lot of hitters using that because they stand up close to the plate. What was your philosophy, Joe, on elbow protection, and then you, Aaron?
I always used elbow protection because the first time I got hit in an elbow like that was the last time I never not wear elbow protection because, man, I mean, you're next at bat, everything just, nothing feels right up there. The bat doesn't feel right in your hand. You can barely feel your elbow, pain shooting down your arm, but you know, and a lot of guys, when they do wear it, it just doesn't feel comfortable to them because having something you're wearing on your arm is more of a comfort thing, and you want to be the most comfortable at the plate that you possibly can.
Yeah, and now they have the Evo shields that are very small. They're not, obtrusive. It's not like the Barry Bonds. It's got the whole big thing going on. For me, it wasn't so much elbow stuff. It was when I got hit and I got hit, I think, over the course of my career, the only guy in Major League Baseball that got hit more was Craig Biggio. And he only had me by like 1 or 2 over like a 12-year span.
That's because he leaned into many more pitches than you did.
I just got on the plate. I have short arms. I want to get extension, But my big thing was my shin guard. I hit a ball off my shin in A ball and crawled out of the batting cage, and I swore to God I would never not go to the plate again without a shin guard.
It's an 0-2 count to Adam LaRoche, who's 0 for 1, but he's got the bases loaded. In a 3-1 game, base hit here, most likely he'll tie it up. Changeup misses down. I feel the same way, and I think probably owners of teams and certainly managers and general managers, they like to see their guys that are essential to the offense wearing as much padding as they can tolerate as a hitter, because you lose a guy who means a whole lot to your team, lose him for a couple of months, and all of a sudden that offense is going to look a whole lot worse.
Yeah, sometimes we used to joke and say, hey, why don't you just get the catcher's gear on and go up and hit?
He got him looking. So we get a run. It's a 3-1 game. And guys, Aaron Rohn, Joe Creedy, it's a pleasure to see you guys. Enjoy the weekend. You guys deserve it.
Sonny, appreciate it.
And it's wonderful to see how the fans take to that particular team. So guys, have a good weekend.
Thank you.
And we'll be back.
A 3-1 Kansas City lead. Right now, let's take a little walk back in the time machine. We talked about Joe Creedy, his defense. Joe Creedy was one of the better clutch hitters that this ball club has had in the last decade.
Pretty strong man.
Oh, hey, I mean, he probably, there was nobody on the club stronger than Joe. And that was never talked about that often. But you used to see some of the shots he hit in batting practice. It was ungodly. So here's Rios. And, of course, Aaron's Aaron. Catch everything that was hit out there. Go through any wall. If anything was in front of him, he was going to go through it. Tyler.
Provide your guests with the ultimate all-inclusive White Sox experience in the Home Plate Club or Magellan Scout seats. These two premium seating areas are the best way to entertain your most important clients, employees, friends, or family. For more information, call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com/premium seating.
You know, when you think about players in the past that we've had and thoughts come into your mind, first two things that I think about when I think about A-Rope is that defensive series that he had at Yankee Stadium, which was absolutely as good as it got. He had the opportunity. First of all, before you can have that kind of defensive series, you got to have the opportunity. He had it, and he took it, and he made it on the big stage. And the next thing was when he tried to bunt in spring training, he put his finger around the bat.
Ooh, that's not good.
And it hit him right on the finger, and it popped like a balloon. He was walking around with a bandage on that finger. Nice bunt, Aaron. Did that get part of the plate?
Looks like maybe the corner of the plate has popped up. As Jerry Meals able to do a little house cleaning and take care of it.
Boy, two guys, Rios and Orlando, when they walk up to that plate, look like twins. Hit him on the fist, pops him back. And if you're just tuning in, they scored 3 runs in the first inning. Single by Escobar, double by Moustakas, single by Kane, single by Hosmer. Beautiful double play started by Alexei, and then a 2-out RBI double by Perez. That's low. 1-2.
Starting to get overcast at the ballpark as the clouds are rolling overhead.
He gone. 2 down. About the same height, about the same weight.
Alex used to actually crouch down lower before he had a more erect stance, and now it's very close to Orlando.
So here's Escobar. It's the first pitch of the ball game. Hard into right field for a single.
Pretty important pitch count wise that Jose get out of this inning with a 1-2-3. To do that, you've got to retire Escobar. That's not an easy thing to do. But he hasn't had a 1-2-3 inning yet, and the pitches have piled up to number 68 on the way.
Oh, and to the count. Well, every sport certainly has their memories. But I don't think any sport has the memories of baseball. The tradition, one reason it's been around longer than any other sport. And it's one that your grandfathers and your great-grandfathers can tell their grandkids and their great-grandkids about. And today, for me, seeing some of these guys that I have not seen since 2005, it's really been fun and enjoyable.
Well, the great reaction of all of the fans toward each and every one of these guys was something to behold. I know it makes those guys proud of what they accomplished, not that they weren't proud before, but the fact that in Chicago, at least, they're never going to be forgotten. It doesn't matter how long it's been, it doesn't matter how long it will be till the next one. But that particular team at 2005 is always going to occupy a special place in the hearts of White Sox fans, and they're going to be embraced just exactly as they were today in this city, as long as they decide to come back to this city, or in the case of some of them, they still are around the city.
As Dan Jiggis would say, it's a beautiful thing.
It is that.
That's out of play right side.
Escobar out of Venezuela became a professional in 2003 when he signed a contract with the Milwaukee Brewers.
One of the better shortstops in baseball. That position is, suffice to say, is well occupied by some really good shortstops in baseball today. And there's the walk. First walk issued. And let's go back in time once again to the parade. Over 2 million people. That was something. Oh, boy. High pop up. Chuck. Calling off Carlos, and that'll retire the side. So the string for Quintana not walking anybody until he straight starts, and that 8 or more strikeouts is gone.
You to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag #ChicagoDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile.
First pitch blown away to Alexei. Alexei 0 for 1. Lined out hard to left field. And a 2-0 pitch. And that's up the middle into center field.
Guthrie really can't pitch much from behind because his stuff is good but not great. And because he's not overpowering, he pretty much falls right into the path of a hitter looking for a fastball all the way, and if he gets it, he hits it well. Alexei got the 2-0 fastball and took it right by a diving Escobar into center field.
Well, Guthrie trusts his defense as well as he should because he's got a good one out there. But again, he is not afraid of the bat. He'll come right at you. So here's Shuck. He bounced out 3-1. Guthrie has good mound presence. Yeah, he gives you that impression as a hitter. All right, get in there. Let's get it on.
And speaking of getting it on, the lights are coming out.
Yeah, we got some bad stuff coming. They're going to go to second.
Hey, White Sox fans, take a look at these lucky fans enjoying the game from the Xfinity couch right behind home plate. Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Here's Tyler. Tyler 0 for 1.
That was a very good slider. Very much a pitcher's pitch, and wisely, Tyler didn't even think about making contact because you're going to hit a ground ball probably into 2 if you swing at that pitch.
Or if it's not into 2, it's because you broke your bat.
The real good hitters don't mind conceding a pitch or maybe 2 to a pitcher, thinking that he's going to get that mistake in that at bat.
There's some sayings in baseball that still, for the most part, hold true. Show me a hitter that can't be jammed, and I'll show you a bad hitter. And one that's sort of going away now for various reasons. It used to be, time past, show me a pitcher can't pitch inside, and I'll show you a loser. And show me a guy who's afraid to hit with a strike, then I'll show you a guy who's going to be in the minor leagues.
That's a lot of first pitch groundouts. I think our guys at this point have realized that that secondary lead at first base with Perez behind the plate is not the greatest thing to do.
Well, if you get picked off by Perez, you know, shame on you. And that's, I'm putting it very nicely.
Well, especially as we've seen in the last 2 games he's pitched. He's caught.
More so than any other catcher in the American League. He loves to throw. And if you could throw like him, you'd love to throw as well. Pretty good lead by JB. As he got him. 2 down.
Jerry Meals just wanted to take a look at that glove to see if the ball was in the glove. He knew that he had swung. He knew that he had tipped the ball. And it did indeed stay in the glove.
That curveball misses. That pitch evens the count.
Last 8 games, Carlos has been hitting it awfully well, as he did the first time up.
And there's the base hit. And that'll bring up Adam.
That one on the inner third. Guthrie tried to cut it. Didn't quite get it in far enough, and Carlos continues to hit the ball hard.
Adam 0 for 1 with a walk and has scored our only run. Takes ball 1. Carlos doesn't have to worry about Hosmer. He's way back. Big gap in right center will score 2. And there's a base hit to right. Taking the way to the right. Rios with a throw is wide. He scores, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Sanchez into third.
There was a time, maybe 5-6 years ago, you didn't run on Alex Rios, but those days now are gone. The arm is good. It's not quite as accurate as it once was. And Joe McEwing, taking advantage of that, sends along J.B. Shutt. This throw is off the mark, and it makes it a 1-run game with runners at the corners.
And here's Tyler. He is 2 for 2. A solid single and then a bouncing single in the hole between first and second.
It's RBI number 20 for Adam Eaton.
Out and around that one. Bit of a gap out there in left center. Nice by Perez. Big pitch coming up the 1-1. Good check.
Well, Tyler did a really good job of laying off that one because it was tantalizing. It came in a strike, was a strike for a long time before just dropping out of the zone. The Honda pitch tracks. Very much, again, a pitcher's pitch. But Tyler checked it up, hoping to get a better one.
3-1. With Melky on deck. One of the few times since he's been with us that he has swung and missed.
That was 94 up top of the zone. He's looking for a fastball, so he figured might as well let it go.
Well, you don't have to have it right down the middle if you're looking for it.
Here comes the fastball again.
That one at 94. Ball hit in the seats right side for a souvenir. And if you're just tuning in, it's Appreciation Day, so to speak, for the 2005 World Series champion White Sox. And Gene Honda did a terrific job emceeing it. Ball hit right at him, hit it hard, but right at him. So a good at bat by Saladino. Meanwhile, a hang whoop 'em. We pick up one. We'll go to the fifth, trailing 3-2.
Alumni, students, and fans to the ballpark on Wednesday, July 22nd. White Sox are offering specially priced tickets, a White Sox Illini hat, and the opportunity to watch batting practice before the gates open. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Illini.
Three-two ball game here in the top of the fifth inning. 3-7-1 for them, 2-6-0 for us. And they got the iron, the heart of the order coming up. Kane, Hosmer, and Morales.
Good way to keep it a one-run game is to retire the man who's in the batter's box, because that's been a difficult thing to do in the 2.5 games in this series so far.
He is 2 for 2 today, 5 for 10 in the series.
The biggest problem for Lorenzo Cain over the course of his career has been staying healthy. When he's been healthy, he's been very much an offensive and defensive force. And
2-1.
The last year and a half has seen him very healthy.
Rips that one just foul. Tyler, another good play. Yes!
When Tyler wants to turn it loose, he can get it over there in a hurry. And realizing the speed of Lorenzo Cain, he came up and put a little something extra on it, throwing a letter-high fastball, a dart across the diamond.
So here's Hosmer. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Checks it up, takes the strike. Oh, and 2.
First 4 Royals all hit safely. Then a hard hit ball turned into a double play. Then the double by Perez yielded 3 in the first, and that's been it. Quintana's been pretty tough afterwards, limiting them to just the 2 hits. So what Jose has done consistently during his brief career to this point is he keeps his team in the game. Even when touched up early, he comes back and pretty much holds them right there.
Just got a piece of it.
As you can see, 5 hits early, only 2 hits since, and the 3 earned runs with the lone walk. Just about everything that Jose has thrown to Hosmer, he's kept inside. Except for this slider, which should be low and away. Tried to get him to expand his zone, but Hosmer didn't even think about it.
Fastball away. He gone. Get it away, but get it up.
Threw it by him upstairs, and that's how 92 can look like 98. Throw it just under chin high. And left-handers, especially with an uppercut swing, you have no chance.
So here's Morales. He is 0 for 2. There's a bullet. Salvador Perez, RBI double, and he was hit by a pitch. High and slicing. First row.
Ed Yost has said he is going to monitor the games played by Salvador Perez. He doesn't want him wearing down into postseason. They anticipate getting there. They want to make sure that one of the true leaders on this club is entirely healthy.
Good pitch. So 2 strikes. And another souvenir ice out.
Last year, Perez played in 150 games. Which, number 1, in the weather conditions in Kansas City, and number 2, for a catcher, is a whole lot. Not saying that he caught them all, because I'm sure he didn't. But he did get 578 at-bats.
That's off the fist. Alexei. He's there, and that'll retire the side. We are halfway home. Royals lead it by 1. All right, Chuck, thank you very much. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, and we trail it 3-2. They scored 3 in the first. We scored 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth. So it'll be Cabrera, Abreu, and LaRoche. Curveball strike.
After tattooing a couple of fastballs, Jeremy Guthrie decided to lead him off with a hook.
Well, he said 2 line shots. One right to the left fielder, Orlando, and then the RBI single. And he hits another one. So Kane's going to get to it. Gets it back in a hurry. Seventh hit for us, and here's Abreu. He has popped up to left, and then he was hit by a pitch. Outfielder deep.
Interesting defense. They got Moustakas right on the line and deep at third. You would figure that. You have Escobar playing pretty much up the middle, as is Infante. They figure on a soft breaking ball, Jose is going to pull it.
That cutter, 93, blowing away.
He keeps on throwing hard and away, however. He's going to hit that gap between first and second.
There it is. Melky will pull it up. First 2 men aboard.
You stay hard away from a hitter the quality of Jose Abreu, and he's going to adjust to it. And adjust he did. So potential big inning in a 1-run game.
And with the rains coming. Adam has gone out deep to left and struck out. Takes first pitch strike. That ball hit deep, but not deep enough. Rios back in front of the track. Both runners tagging. Only Melky would advance. So 1 out. Runners at the corner.
Hey, Sox fans, on Saturday, August 1st, come and see the White Sox take on the Yankees at 6:10. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Scott Posednik World Series Moment bobblehead presented by Wintrust Community Bank. Purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
So runners at the corners, 1 out, and here's Alexei, who's 1 for 2. That'll get the job done. Here comes Melky, and this game is tied at 3.
Alexei now has 6 sacrifice flies, and that ties him for the team lead with Melky Cabrera. That was RBI number 28. As Alexei got the job done, and he got it done on a low pitch. That ball just was testing the bottom part of the zone. He was able to hit it in the air and tie it at 3. Jermaine Dye and Scotty Pods looking on from a very comfortable perch.
Chuck takes downstairs. It was great to see JD and Scotty Pods. JD playing a lot of golf, and I want to tell you something. He can play. He can hit it.
Well, that senior tour is out there waiting for him.
He got a long way to go before he gets there. Because that's a fair ball. JB's going to give it a go. He'll get there with a double. So Ducks on the pond, 2 down, and a 3-3 tie.
This one right down the line. And Hosmer, who had moved off the line, as you see, that's what you have to be careful of. When you're holding a runner on, even if you're not on the bag, you come off with a pitch, only to have the hitter hit one right behind you. The runners at second and third. Dave Island comes out for a quick chat with Guthrie, and in many respects, this is a typical Jeremy Guthrie game. He's given up 9 hits in 4 2/3 innings. But because he's only walked 1, he's still in the ball game, despite the fact that he had an ERA of 5.36 coming in as Franklin Morales, who we saw yesterday, starts loosening in the pen.
Well, he's been here before against us, and that's one reason he's 10-8. against us. So here is Tyler. Tyler 0 for 2. Can't get that one on the outside corner. Outfield straight up. Small gap out there in left center. That one at 92, and he's in the big hole. No balls, 2 strikes. We do get one, and we'll go to the 6th, tied at 3.
Strongest fan photo to hashtag Chicago Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
Quintana, including his warm-up tosses here in the top of the 6th inning. 3-8-1 for them, 3-9-0 for us. If you're just tuning in, the first 3 hitters that Quintana faced, Escobar, Moustakas, and Kane all scored. It was a quick 3-0 Royal lead. So here in the 6th, it'll be the lower third of their order. Infante, Rios, and Orlando.
I'd like to pass along birthday greetings to Wendy Ruby, a big Sox fan. Looking on today. Have a very happy birthday.
That pitch taken down low. Gap out there in left center.
Infante pulled the ball last time. That was on a slow breaking ball, but normally he hits the ball to right and right center. With that in mind, Shuck is very shallow in right field.
Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. Tyler gave a little double clutch there.
Yeah, he's mentioning a little something to Jerry Meals. Now he's talking to him. Please don't talk down to him, Tyler.
And there's a strike.
And he bought a strike that time.
See?
That's what happens.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah. If you do it correctly, umpires really don't mind all that much if you question a call.
Same way as a hitter. If you think he missed one and you bend down, grab a little dirt, rub it in, and say, hey, what is it? They don't mind that. When you turn around and get in their face, that's when they mind you. Nice play again. Beautiful play. And a good play at first. Good stretch by Abreu.
We're going to take a look at the defense of Tyler Saladino, because it's been exceptional once again. This is the diving play up quickly, go across. And this on Lorenzo Cain. Knowing he had to get it over quickly, he guns it across. And this time on Infante. Backed up, gave some ground, and knew he had the time to get it over. That is our Xfinity high-speed action replays.
Yeah, he's made 3 outstanding plays. One of them saved a run. Nothing picks up a ball club faster than good defense. With pitching, of course, be the first line of defense.
And here comes a little of that rain you were talking about.
Yeah, it's going to be here for a while.
That's 100 pitches for Jose, who got battered early and has made a huge comeback.
Seems like he threw about 50 in that first inning.
He got close to 60. Yeah, in the first 2, he got close to 60 pitches.
That's going down. Get fouled. Nope, it's fair. So that's a ground rule double for Rios. He's now 1 for 3.
That ball was out of the zone, but Alex looking for a 3-1 fastball. Got his fastball. There's a lot of base hits out of the strike zone, and he was able to take it down the line. One hop out of the field of play is Zach Putnam, loosening up in a hurry in the pen.
Jose threw 27 pitches in that first inning. Seemed like it was a lot more. Paolo has an infield single and a strikeout. Curveball.
Normally when this happens, Carlos is sent in by a signal from the bench saying, give us a little time to let Putnam get loose, and that young Royals fan is
looking his numb in his iPad.
Well, he's looking at the closest pizza place, actually. See if he can dial one up and have it delivered to mom.
That is the life right there. iPad and a numb. Just inside. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike with Alex Rios at second base. A little thunder in the background.
Alex Rios 6 for 6 in stolen bases, so despite the fact that he's been around quite a bit, he still has good speed, and you still have to be aware of him. And with that in mind, Sanchez is holding him close at second.
It's over by our dugout. 1-2. With Escobar, the on-deck hitter.
A lot of youngsters in attendance today.
A lot of parents bringing their youngsters so they can see the world champion 05 White Sox. Shanks that one. Nice catch.
Pretty good idea on the last pitch because he had stayed down. He had Orlando's eye level, looking down with everything, and then he came up and in with a fastball. Couldn't get it by him. What a well-placed pitch.
Oh boy. Nope. He's going to score, and it's a 4-3 lead on the double by Orlando. Back-to-back doubles.
Well, both pitches, the same type of pitches. Both pitches away out of the strike zone and up. And now Don Cooper tells Robin that the bullpen is ready to go, and Orlando shoots it down the line, his 15th run batted in, and that's going to be it for Mr. Quintana, who got off to a rocky start, only to shut the door until here in the 6th inning. He'll depart this one, trailing by a run as Zach Putnam comes in, and as he walks off, we will step out and be back after these messages. Celebration to U.S. Cellular Field for Country Music Night and fireworks presented by Pepsi on Friday, July 31st. There's going to be country music down on the field pregame, and all fans are invited to stay for a postgame fireworks show. Purchase tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/country or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Our Honda call to the pen is Zach Putnam. He inherits Orlando at second base, down a run. On for the 32nd time, a 3-3 record, a 3.81 ERA. And there you look at the numbers, 42 strikeouts and 28 in the third inning. And he's going to have to deal with the top of their order, Escobar and Moustakas, if he can get them 2 and out of the inning.
Here's Escobar, hit the first pitch of the ball game hard into right field for a base hit, came around to score. Then was robbed of a base hit on a beautiful play by Tyler Saladino, and he walked. Gap in left center. Paulo Orlando with all that speed, just 2 for 3 in stolen bases. But if he can get a good jump with one out, he'll give it a go. Got a short lead. There's strike one, Galcides.
A little lightning around the old ball yard.
$33,559. Orioles used to have an outfielder, played with a few teams, Willie Tasman. Willie heard, does the outfield heard that? He gone. He would not play. And there's a base hit. Like they're playing shallow, so now they're going to have to hold Orlando at third. On good positioning by J.B. Shaw.
That's 2 base hits and 2 hits to right and right center field for Escobar, so he's 2 for 3. And Roger Bosser is on the scene with his crew. Never a particularly good sight if you're hoping for no rain delay. A lot of those good splitters are hit right into the ground. Moustakas, however, has only grounded into 7 double plays.
Well, he's swung the bat well today. There he goes, and that pitch is fouled back.
Well, it's a very good thing that he did foul it back, only because Zach did not take a good look at Escobar, who got a huge jump.
Yeah, he was going to go in standing up. Moustakas has faced Zach 5 times, has a couple of hits. Hit a line drive double over the head of Adam Eaton first, knocking a run. Then he flied deep to Adam. And then he went out to right field. Outfield bunched a bit.
This is Jose's reaction to lightning. And, well, even a hard hat won't help you.
Okay. All right, turn it. Rock the ball. But they pick up a run. And we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 4-3 Royals.
Pizza. The day after the Sox score 5 or more runs, you can get 50% off your entire online order at papajohns.com. You have to use the promo code SOX5 at participating Papa John's locations. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's. And Franklin Morales comes into the game for the second time in as many days. We saw him in relief of Volquez yesterday. He's on for the 38th time. He's 3-0. His ERA under 2.5. He's been very good out of the pen. This has been just an exceptional aspect of his ball club for the last few years. That is an extraordinarily strong bullpen where normally, if you can take the lead into the 7th, you're in pretty good shape. But this, however, is the 6th, and there is the radar and the storms that are coming.
Carlos Sanchez, 1 for 2, has hit the ball hard twice. Outfield around to the right. And the count evens at 1. And it's starting to come down a little harder.
Royals bullpen, Ryan Madsen, who we also saw yesterday, loosening up in case Morales has some problems. Walking the leadoff man in a 1-run game is never the best plan for holding that lead.
And he did it. Here's Adam. He drew the 1 walk issued by Guthrie, and he came around to score. Adam also singled and knocked in a run. Take strike 1. Ball was outside. Quickly, 0-2 the count. Boy, there's a nice gap out there in right center. A lot of room between Kane and Rios. Runs, 11 hits, 1 error for them. 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors for us. Here in Game 3 of this 4-game set and Game 3 of the 6-game homestand. We'll have 1 more tomorrow with Kansas City. Off day on Monday. And then the Cardinals come in on Tuesday and Wednesday before we head out on an 8-day road trip. 4 in Cleveland, 4 in Boston. High neck in. Full count.
A wet baseball isn't the easiest thing to control. And after getting ahead 0-2, he's thrown 3 straight bad ones.
There's a little flipper, but Escobar is there, and that's out number 1. That'll bring up Tyler Saladino. He's 2 for 3. 2 singles, and last time up in the 4th inning hit a bullet with a couple of guys on. Right to Kane in center field.
Morales started his career with the Colorado Rockies and later went on to the Red Sox. Now finding his way to the bullpen for Kansas City. He's been a starter at times during his career.
Keeps going over there. He's liable to throw one right in the seats.
Wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea.
No.
Those young men would probably make a catch easily. That was a pretty good move at first.
Well, that was his best move right there. The others were just a little bit of a commercial.
He just missed him. But fortunately, you saw the instinct of Sanchez as he was going back to the bag, kind of sensing that there was going to be a good move forthcoming.
Uh-oh. Back him up. No. Broke the rhythm on the play, so 2 out.
Again, you're getting a wet baseball, and it should have been 2, but it took Infante well off the bag because of the timing. He catches it here, and
that was just a bad move by Infante.
Yeah, Infante just couldn't get the ball out of his glove. He got it seemingly in time, but it keeps the inning alive for Melky, and that's a break. Should have been over.
And a good base stealer on it first, but you got the left-hander. Melky's 2 for 3. Hit the ball hard 3 times. His only out was a line shot to left field. He also has knocked in a run. That was our first run back in the 3rd inning.
A little surprised with the tying run at first base that Orlando isn't deeper in left. He is playing off the line, trying to take away the alley.
Kane over towards Rios and right. Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. And the count 2-0.
I think Melky having a word with Salvador Perez. Melky might have thought it was a pretty good pitch also.
There's a strike for a 2-1. And 1. Rayu on deck.
Now it appears that the sun is coming out on a portion of the field. Melky got a very hittable fastball that time, was in the inner 3rd and fouled it straight back.
Pop up. Escobar. And that'll retire the side. 6 complete, and we trail it 4-3.
As our White Sox take on the New York Yankees. Also, the first 5,000 girls ages 12 and under will receive a doll-sized White Sox t-shirt presented by American Girl. For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com.
Into the 7th inning with a 1-run deficit. 4-11-1 for the Royals, 3-9-0 for our Sox. But we have had many opportunities. We stranded the bases loaded in the 3rd. We stranded 2 in the 4th. We stranded 2 in the 5th. And 1 in the 6th. So it'll be Kane, Hosmer, Morales.
That was a good splitter, and that one biting down and in. Then Kane picked that pitch to really let it go. He was trying to make this a 2-run game.
Well, he has homered off, Zach. He's 1 for 4. And the count 0-2. He's seeing the ball extremely well. When you're seeing the ball as good as he is, you can get yourself out, but it's tough for the pitcher to do it. Miguel Cabrera. If he's seeing the ball good, he can outdone himself sometimes. You have a tough pitcher. You have a tough time getting him out.
Well, Miguel out of that lineup has brought the best out of J.D. Martinez, who hit his 26th home run in yesterday's game.
Boy, it sure has. He has stepped it up.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure that fell on him because when you lose a bat the magnitude of Cabrera, somebody's got to pick up the slack. And J.D. has had a great year. It's been a whole lot better since Cabrera has left the lineup. He's going to return. It's just a question of when, but in the meantime, they're still getting enough offense.
Two and two. In his last 49 at bats, he has 24 hits. That's seeing the ball. And really, it's when you're seeing the ball like that, it's really not that hard to hit.
Yeah, but how many streaks do you really have like that where you're hitting 500 over the course of 10 days or so?
Maybe 1 or 2 or 3 a year.
You don't have many.
No.
You got to enjoy them when you get them.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a little looper. Good pitch. So 1 out.
Well, fortunately, Kane did not want to take a base on balls because that one was way low out of the zone. Barely caught it off the end of the bat. And couldn't get it out of the infield.
That's what I mean. He got himself out.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did
He got himself out. That's what happens when you're seeing the ball real good. That second half that Albert Bell had when he was with us, that's one of the greatest second halves I've ever seen a guy have. You couldn't get him out. He could get himself out, but you couldn't get him out. Except for Pedro. Big game in Boston. Pedro had a 1-run lead, 7th inning. A couple guys on. Albert was red hot. He comes to the plate. In Wimperoo, Tom Patrick was my partner. I said, Wimpy, watch this. He said, what do you mean? I said, what's this? He had been pitching 92 to 94. First pitch, 95, inside corner, strike 1. Second pitch, 96, inside corner, strike 2. Third pitch, 97, inside corner. Grab some bench, Albert. That ball's hit hard, but hooked. Rope hook.
Well, that's why a little later on, they're going to allow him to make a speech at Cooperstown this year.
Well, we talked about it before. For 5 years, it didn't get any better than Pedro Martinez. Yes, he did. Hosmer's what?
He had every intention of laying one down and getting himself a base hit. He absolutely took a little jab at it. Not the best technique around, but.
Well, anything close in a situation like this, anything close, the umpires, they're probably going to call it a strike. He gone.
He fouled it.
He's not gone.
He didn't get much of it, but he got enough to stay alive.
Yeah, I don't blame umpires. If I was an umpire and lightning all around, if it's close, buddy, you better be swinging. The 2-2. Gotta hurry, Alexei.
And you're not thinking much about this as you're going up the line. It is a base hit, but if he was able to pick up the baseball, he's standing on second base right now as this one goes under the glove of Alexei and then trickles out to center field. But all Hosmer is doing is thinking about beating the play at first base, which he believes is going to be a bang-bang play. The ball just flattened out on Alexei, and he couldn't come up with it.
And Rusty Kuntz was trying to get him.
He's trying to go, but to no avail. And Jose with another lightning bolt. Remember, you can always tell how close it is by, you'll see the lightning, and then when you hear the thunder, you get a pretty good idea how close it really is, because sound travels slower than light.
Watch out. That hit him. So Morales now 1 out, 2 on. Here's Perez, RBI double. He was hit by a pitch, and he popped up to short. Jackknife back, 1-0.
That was a good splitter, as that one had Salvador Perez well out in front of it.
Yeah, his best splitter is when he takes something off of it.
That one was a dandy.
Yeah. When he throws a little hard, it does not dive as much. 1-2 the count.
That was a cutter. And it looked a whole lot like the type of fastballs that David Robertson throws. You see it here, just keep going away. It's at 92, so that's probably his best bolt velocity-wise, but that little cut takes it out of the sweet spot of the bat.
92 is plenty if it's moving.
There's no doubt.
That almost got Jersey. Third base coach.
Well, he's not all that close to the third base coaching box. Daniel Webb starts to throw in the pen.
Yeah, if any of our guys down that bullpen want to throw a good cutter, they got David Robertson to help them. If they don't talk to him about it, shame on them.
Just watch him warm up.
That'd be like playing with Miguel Cabrera as a young hitter.
And not watching his technique.
Or talking to him.
Yeah.
And there's no question in my mind that J.D. Martinez had hit 10 home runs in Toledo before they called him up. And he busted in with a bang. And then he got better. And when you're playing with Victor Martinez, you're playing with Miguel Cabrera, and you don't learn something, shame on you. He gone. There it was.
This one 85 out of the strike zone, but that's what a splitter does. Looks like a fastball and then just disappears.
One of the greatest splitters, one of the first, was a guy who never threw strikes. So that pitch.
Bruce Sutter?
Yeah, Bruce Sutter.
Bruce Sutter was almost out of baseball.
Yeah.
And then a guy by the name of Fred Martin, who was a former pitching coach with the Cubs and happened to live in Arizona, got Bruce in the offseason one time and said, son, your stuff isn't quite good enough to really stick around with what you have, but I'm going to teach you a pitch that's going to really help you. And it helped him all the way to the Hall of Fame.
He was great. He didn't. Another guy who should be in the Hall of Fame, he won 283 or 287 games, Tommy John. And he didn't throw strikes. That sinker he had. And the count 0-2.
It's a very big out. One of the biggest outs of the ball game when you consider that overwhelming Kansas City pen.
One and two the count. Tommy John, 288 wins. And not in the Hall of Fame? Come on. And Jim's a big ball game.
Jim Cott is close
Jim
enough.
Cott's another one. He gone. He pitches out of it. Seventh inning stretch. We need one to tie.
For the Field of Green Celebrity Golf Tournament presented by Miller Lite. This year's tournament will be held on July 20th at Harborside International Golf Center. Join the fun. Sign up your foursome by visiting WhiteSoxCharities.org or call 312-674-5391. So we've got a new pitcher coming in the ball game, and it's one of the big three. Kelvin Herrera on for the 41st time. He's 1-2. His ERA 1.89. We saw him in this series. Ned Yost will go Herrera, Davis, and Holland in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. If he has his preference, that's who he'll use.
Herrera to Abreu. And Elias tells our Dave Ross that he's thrown 22 pitches, 100 or better this year. He's a little guy. Out and around that one, that was 89. Reading the Yankee foul.
Herrera 5'10", 200 pounds. Last year an ERA of 1.41 in 70 appearances.
Our bullpen is vastly improved this year. But Kansas City with the best 7th, 8th, and 9th inning pitchers in the American League.
Yes, they do. And out of those three, that guy in the 8th might be the best. Wade Davis.
Right to Osmond. So 1 out. Abreu now 1 for 3. Yeah, when you cover the last 9 outs, catch the ball the way they can, that's hard to beat. Pinella won 116 games out of Seattle. They covered the last 9 outs better than anybody in baseball.
Well, he also had the last 9 outs covered at Cincinnati in 1990 with the Nasty Boys.
Yeah, well, in Seattle he had 3 left-handers out there. They were good, not mediocre. There's Adam. 0 for 3. Going out deep to the left, struck out, and he's going out deep to right. Got to make it a 6-inning game. If you can make it a 6-inning game, you get yourself a winner. That ball hit hard right in.
That was a nice play by Orlando because that was a sinking line drive. And he located it in between the raindrops. See him come on, hesitate a bit, then realize that he was going to be able to make that play. And one of the reasons for the hesitation, I believe, was that in a 1-run game, you're not going to get yourself trapped by a ball that falls in front of you, gets by you. So he was ready to play that into a single, not allowing a double, and realized it was going to stay up long enough.
Alexei takes one at the bottom of the zone. Just did have a piece of the plate.
There's probably only one guy that's thrown consistently harder than Herrera, and that is the closer for Cincinnati, Aroldis Chapman, because he can get it up there to 103, and that's probably maxed out.
Ball hit high and deep into right field. Look! You can put it on the board! Yes! On opposite field. And this game is tied at 4.
Alexei got it up in the wind at the perfect time because that ball just kept on going. That's just his 3rd home run of the year. And it's a high fastball. Our 4th home run replay. Alexei probably didn't think he got all of it. And Rios goes back. He didn't time the jump correctly because otherwise he has that ball. He's tall enough to reach up and grab it. He didn't time the jump. And it's a tie game.
A 4-4 tie. JB is 1 for 3. He's doubled.
Third home run of the year, none as dramatic as that one. He's driven in 28, his second run batted in of the day.
Three and 0 the count. We're 12-1 for the Royals, 4-10-0 for our Sox. And there's ball 4. And here comes Tyler. Tyler is due. He's 0 for 3 today.
That home run was the third that Herrera has given up this year.
And of course, with that home run, the Alex Nelius family hooks up with White Sox charities once again in loving memory of Ursula. Get through. No, it took that nice Cantini bounce. If it stays down, it's a hit. Meanwhile, the home run by Alexi Ramirez went into the 8th, tied at 4. Bears kicker Robbie Gold. Robbie Gold. So watch Bears live with Robbie Gold, presented by Xfinity, after White Sox postgame live on CSN Chicago.
We got a new pitcher in the ball game, and it is Jake Petrichka. Jake threw a third of an inning in last night's game. On for the 38th time, he's 3-2. His ERA 2.73. And the ball game is squarely in his hands, tied at 4. So a no decision for Jose Quintana. Something that he's no stranger to, but in this case, he welcomes the no decision. Rains continue to fall, but not hard enough to delay the game to this point.
Well, we got to do something. We got to hold them because after 6 innings, Kansas City this year is 43-2. After 7 innings, when leading, they're 41-0. And after 8 innings, when leading, they're 47-0. So Rios, Paulo Orlando, and Alcides Escobar just off the plate. Rios 1 for 3, a double and a run scored. That's in the hole.
Even if Alexi comes up with that, he's not going to be able to make the play.
So the leadoff man aboard.
Alexi makes a good effort, but Rios still runs fairly well, and he's going to be prone if he comes up with a baseball. No chance. So representing the go-ahead run, Rios is aboard. And now it's Jared Dyson, as we've seen many times. He's a huge weapon late in the game, but the track is getting a little muddy in front of him.
And the rain starting coming down harder than it has. Orlando is 2 for 3 with an RBI double. He doubled after Rios doubled back in the 6th inning. Takes first pitch strike.
Dyson started the first game of the doubleheader, so he wasn't available to do what he is put in the ball game to do now, which is score the go-ahead run, usually via the stolen base before the fact. But again, maybe that track isn't quite to his liking.
Fakes the bunt, takes the ball.
As you can see, 11 stolen bases in 12 attempts.
I got a feeling that Dyson can steal at Okefenokee.
Well, we got a real good chance of finding out.
Yeah.
Orlando does have 2 sacrifices, however.
Pitch out, nothing on.
That time it appeared, and maybe it wasn't, but it appeared that Dyson started to take off and might have read the pitch out.
He did read it. Can't get so worried you forget about that hitter.
This is the big problem when you've got a speed burner at first base in a situation where he becomes critical to the game. Your attention is divided, and you wind up not getting the ball over the plate.
Well, that's why he's a game changer. There he goes. So the walk. Now it's trouble brewing. 2 on, nobody out. You got to get the hitter.
Now Tyler Flowers goes out there with Jake Petrichka in a jam. Sox bullpen up and going. And Escobar, who's one of the best butters, if not the best butter on this team, stepping up. He's got 5 sacrifice bunts. And that leads the team by 1 over Dyson. So Zach Duke, who was brilliant yesterday, throwing again today.
Escobar is 2 for 3, 2 singles, a run scored. Tyler Saladino took a base hit away from him. Draws it back, and that's ball 1. Well, he can handle a bat. If it goes to 2-0, good chance Yost will take it off. Got a piece of it. He didn't want to. That's a break. 1-1 to count. Escobar broke it down. Moustakas on deck. That speed just changes everything. The dynamics of the infield positioning changes everything around. That's why they call it the game changer.
So this is a pretty good bunter that's tried twice to lay down a bunt and been unsuccessful both times.
Gap in left center. That ball into center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. That'll load him up. Another typical Kansas City soft sink.
Here's a guy that's trying to make an out. Literally trying to make an out to move up the base runners. Winds up moving up the base runners and getting a base hit to boot. That's his third single of the game. And here comes Robin. He's going to bring in Zach Duke to face Moustakas. There's a man that's really upset about bases loaded, nobody out, as Zach Duke comes running in. We'll step out and be back after these messages. Duke, who comes into probably the biggest jam you can come into. Bases loaded and nobody out with the game on the line. And Zach on for the 41st time. He's 3-3. His ERA just under 3. 35 strikeouts in 36 2/3 innings. And he's going to face the heart of the order due up. Zach, in last night's ball game, went 1 2/3 perfect innings with a strikeout. He was absolutely brilliant. And now the infield has to come in at all 4 positions. Time now for AT&T UVerse Multiview. We'll take a look at some pretty big speed on the base paths. In fact, around baseball, you could hardly get much faster than this threesome.
Moustakas swung the bat well. Takes first pitch strike. rocket double over the head of Adam Eaton to knock in a run. Escobar in the first by deep to Eaton in the second. Went out to right and then hit in hard into a 4-6-3 double play. He's faced Duke 3 times, has 1 hit. 21 to count.
Most unusual day is now the clouds have parted somewhat and there's bright sunshine all over the field.
Yeah, that's what radar says. Oh, not going to be long. That's good enough to advance everybody. Here's a throw to second. Royals lead at 5-4.
Nice throw by Melky because it was the only play that he had, and he came very close to getting Escobar at second base. So Moustakas drives in his second run of the day as Melky makes it a contest at second. But Escobar around the tag, kept both his foot and hand on the bag. And now they're going to walk Kane to load him up again for Hosmer.
Big at bat in this inning has been that walk to Orlando. But there's not a team in the American League who gets as many soft singles as Kansas City. That's part of this. They use it.
Just put the bat on the ball. Something good can happen.
No question about it.
Especially when you keep pressuring the opposition defense. You keep pressuring them to make plays, consistently make plays.
That's why they are good. They don't strike out. When you don't strike out, you got a chance. Here's Hosmer. RBI single in the first, struck out in the third, struck out in the fifth, and a single in the seventh. Next ball 1. Had a great chance to win that first game yesterday and just couldn't drive in a run. They won game 2, 2-0. And today we have had multiple opportunities.
Well, to this point, this game is a lot more frustrating because of the chances. I mean, we've left so many men on, and where sometimes a fly ball, a key base hit, would have absolutely turned everything around.
5 innings, we left 9 men on. Two and one. We left 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth, 1 in the seventh. Oriole fans always in attendance. They're averaging like 32,000, over 32,000 at home.
I think the resurgence of baseball in Kansas City is a wonderful thing for the game.
It is. It's a great baseball team. Checks it up.
That one skipped off the top of the dugout, and hopefully everybody's okay. Apparently they are.
Sacks. Packed. 1 out. And the 3-2 pitch. He gone.
That is a huge out because it allows everybody in the infield to move back. Any kind of contact, you might have some problems, but that time it was a fastball. And Hosmer No contact.
There's Morales. Hit into a 6-4-3 double play. A beautiful, beautiful play started by Alexei on a rocket. Takes that breaking ball down low. He is 0 for 2 against Duke. And he's got the catbird seat at 2-0.
Morales stayed a free agent for a lot longer than most people thought he would, until he finally found a place that believed that he was going to have a resurgent year. They let Billy Butler go, did not pick up the option on his contract. He moved to Oakland, and they filled that spot with the switch-hitting Kendrys Morales. And Kendrys has been everything they could have expected and more for them.
3-0 the counts. See what he does here. His 6-4.
He's going to drive in run number 62 the very quiet way with ball 4 on 4 straight.
So Orlando, who walked, comes in to score. And here's Perez. He's 1 for 3. Breaking ball strike. Big pitch. Carlos has got it. But some damage is done. They score a pair. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, trailing 6-4.
ball game, and he's been pretty close to untouchable. This the 41st appearance. He's 5-1. His ERA .45 with 46 strikeouts and 40 innings. He's walked just 13, given up just 22 hits. Opponent's batting average 157, which is about as good as it gets. He has yet to allow a home run. Last year, I don't believe he allowed an extra base hit until deep into July. And Paulo Orlando shifts over to right, and Jared Dyson stays in the game to play left field.
Here's Carlos Sanchez. He is 1 for 2. Hard single and a walk. Takes first pitch strike. That breaking ball. And very quickly. 0-2. Start us up right here. Carlos. Adam Eaton on deck. Tyler Saladino in the hole.
And that one got a good piece of Perez. He shifted to his right. He's still down. It's a slider. It comes up, gets him. Looks like the ribs on the right side.
2-2 pitch. One out.
Follow the White Sox wherever you are with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, radio previews, radio broadcasts, and StatCast along with more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet.
Adam is 1 for 3 with a walk, a run scored, and an RBI. Fakes the bunt, takes the ball. 33,559. A doubleheader yesterday. We had a total of 51,508.
Davis can get it up there 96, 97 miles an hour. He can be used as a closer. This year, at least, with 90% effectiveness. And he probably would be closing for any other team. Just not for this team.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Now they got a pretty good system going on.
Play 6-inning games. There's the strike. The equals counted 2 when you play a 6-inning game. And the other team's got to play 7, 8, or a 9-inning game. You got the advantage.
He can throw a backdoor breaking ball and throw it in the zone usually more times than just about anybody in the league.
Payoff pitch, ball 4 base hit. That's not going to be playable. Nice catch. Outfield real shallow in left and center. Two down. Here's Tyler. He's 2 for 4. Come on, Tyler, get on for Melky. Breaking ball up high. And he's got a 2-0 count. They scored 3 in the first. Boy, that was quick. First 3 guys scored. We tied it up in the 6th. Good check. And the count 3-0. They made it 4-3. And in the 7th, the home run, opposite field home run by Alex. They tied it at 4, and then they picked up 2 in the top half of this inning. There's 1. We'll have another fastball and watch this line drive. Nope, but they didn't win the 5th with it. At 95, 1-2-3 in, and we're into the 9th. All right, let's do this. Let's keep the 10th anniversary celebrations going. CS in Chicago and the National Sports Collectors Convention are giving you a chance to win a meet and greet with a Big Hurt Frank Thomas and a signed helmet. Just head to CSN Chicago's Facebook page and comment with your favorite memory of the Big Hurt. The National Sports Collectors Convention is coming to the Donnelly Stevens Convention Center July 29th through August 2nd, so visit nsccshow.com for tickets.
And we got a new pitcher coming in the ball game, and it is Daniel Webb. Daniel comes in with a 2-run deficit on for the 13th time, a 1-0 record, a fine 1.38 ERA. And he's got to face the bottom part of the order.
Infante takes first pitch strike. He's 0 for 4 today. A couple of strikeouts, a couple of grounders down to Saladino at third. 0-2. comebacker. 1 out. We got the right guys coming up in the bottom of the ninth. Cabrera, Abreu, LaRoche, Ramirez.
And Jared Dyson getting his first at bat. He was brought on as a pinch runner, scored what at the time was a go-ahead run before the insurance run crossed via the walk. He gets a chance to swing the bat, and you have to watch the bunt.
Takes ball 1. Well, more and more teams are going to be going because of the pitching. They're going to be going to guys who can steal a base. It's going to be easier if you get a guy who can really run, steal a base, than it is, because that's, if you can steal a base, that's just like getting a base hit. If you put him into pinch run. A lot easier to do that than try to find a hitter. Pitching is just getting too good in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
Well, years ago, it was in Oakland, the first team of Herb Washington, that brought a guy specifically just to run.
Just to run. That was Charlie Finley's idea. Charlie had some good ideas, but overall, he was bad.
And this is not a good situation, because now you have the man that's brought into each and every game to steal a base in a position to steal a base.
Here's Orlando. He's 2 for 3 with a big walk coming last inning, and then he came around to score. We walked 3 men in the 8th inning, 1 intentional, and they scored the 2 runs. Gap out there in right center. We've had some guys who are great pitchers and guys who were not so great pitchers that had a philosophy about guys like Dyson, Ricky Henderson.
Well, if you were a great pitcher and you didn't intend to give up any more hits, then you didn't worry about a guy stealing a base.
That was their philosophy.
That was Dwight Gooden and notably Greg Maddux. Maddux going to the Hall of Fame.
Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, well, you weren't going to get many hits after that one guy got on.
They didn't worry about you scoring. If you got on, fine. They didn't worry about that. They took that big leg kick. They didn't take any slide steps. That's out of play right side. They did not change their motion. 1 iota. Vince Coleman, those guys, they're going to steal their bases. Just can't let them score. But you got to be very confident in your ability before you can have that philosophy. There you go.
Again, this isn't the best surface to run on, and Dyson able to steal that one easily. And Tyler one-hopped it, but even if he throws it all the way, it's doubtful they're going to get him.
No,
he just explodes.
Yeah, he's going to steal third with 1 out here if somebody doesn't hang out around there. He might hang out around second a little longer if there was no outs.
12 out of 13 for Dyson.
Yeah, boy, Carlos. Carlos got it. Nice play. 2 down. Oh, we have had some outstanding infield defense today. Outstanding.
Well, Saladino's been unbelievable at third base. Lexi's had a couple of very good plays.
They're covering some ground.
And Carlos can cover ground we've seen on the third base side of second consistently. And so now they're going to have a meeting on the mound to discuss what they want to do with Escobar. So Dan Jennings continues to throw in the pen.
Well, this guy, Escobar, in situations like this, 2 out, man on second, 2 out, man on third in this case, he's just about as dangerous as anybody in their lineup. He's got 33 RBIs in that leadoff spot.
He does that, and you can't really consider striking him out too often. He's fanned a grand total this whole season of 37 times, 326 at bats.
Good pitch. Ate him up on the fist. And he pitches out of it, so we'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It is 6-4 Kansas City.
The game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And here's our Miller moment, and it's a home run by Alexi Ramirez off Kelvin Herrera. This tied the game at 4. Only the third home run Alexi has hit all year. None more dramatic than that as he ties it up. And a little something going on in the seats. But down on the field, Greg Holland comes in the game for the 30th time. He's 3-0, his ERA 2.60. He's excellent. 20 of 22 in save opportunities. Not quite as good as last year when he saved 46. Last year he had a 1.44 ERA in 65 appearances. But he goes through the middle of the order with a chance to claw back a couple of runs.
Melky to lead it off. He's 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. Takes ball 1. Gap out there in right center. And the count 2-0. 6-14-1 for the Royals, 4-10-0 for us. We came back from a 3-0 deficit. We tied the game at 4. And they scored 2 in the 8th off our bullpen. That ball hit in the right field. Orlando was there. And that's out number 1.
And here's what it's going to look like tomorrow in the finale of the series. Chris Sale going for win number 9 with 157 big strikeouts and 119 in the third against Danny Duffy, who's been hurt this year. Coming back now, he's 3-4. His ERA 4.65, and that is going to be the fourth of this 4-game series. It's Chris Sale looking for a big effort against a very good ball club.
And that is a very big game for us. Way out in front. Jose has faced Holland 4 times, and he's 0 for 4. Another big motion, and poof.
Yeah, there's a lot of deception there. Not only the great stuff, because it is that, but just a lot of deception from Holland. He just flies off the mound, throws a good breaking ball out of the zone. You have a tendency to swing at the motion as opposed to the baseball. That's one of the reasons why he's been so successful.
And it comes with a 94. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of triple digits from Holland anymore.
No, and realistically, looking at the stuff of the two guys, you're better off with Holland closing than trying to beat Wade Davis.
Yeah, well, they put Wade Davis right at the top of most effective pitchers.
You can see why he doesn't give up any runs.
Well, you brought up a good point earlier, though, too. Is that he more or less negates and nullifies the left-handed hitters because of that backdoor slider. Yeah. I mean,
he can throw it on both sides, but the backdoor is devastating. At 92.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just unhittable. There's that big motion and nothing coming up. 2 down. So it's up to Adam to keep it going. First pitch strike. Checks it up. Let's do something one time with 2 outs and nobody on. There's a shot. That's a start.
Adam keeps it alive. This looked like a straight change that didn't do a whole lot, stayed in the middle of the plate. So now Alexi, who tied it up once, will have an opportunity again.
Alexi with that opposite field home run. He's 2 for 3 today with 2 RBIs. Has 29. Right. that change.
Gordon Beckham coming on a pinch run. J.B. Shuck in the on-deck circle if Alexei can keep it alive.
Big gap in left center. Another change. Alexei faced Holland 17 times, has 4 hits. The change is finally found its rightful place in the game of baseball, coming back after about a quarter of a century. Checks it up. Good check. 2-1. Quarter of a century of designer pitches.
Which saw the splitter, and then the next incarnation was the cutter. But the changeup has been a good pitch for a long time. It's just that a whole lot of people haven't been able to master it consistently.
There it was again at the count. 3-1. Shuck on deck. A lot of power pitchers. His fastball has shortened up going to that change. Right here, Lexi. And that's ball 4, so the tying runs aboard.
Holland has given up a home run this year. 1.
And Shuck has faced Holland 4 times, and he has 1 hit.
So Jerry Meals wants to do a little housekeeping.
That one at 95.
And Aviseo Garcia in the on-deck circle if JB can keep it alive.
That's a very questionable call. And it goes Holland's way. So 1-1. That's a big call. And this is a big pitch coming up, the 1-1. That ball hit into left center field. Over his head, yes! Yes, they're going to wave him around. Come on, Alexei. Come on, Alexei. And this game is tied at 6 on the double by J.B. Shuck. Yes!
JB with 2 doubles today drives in his 8th and 9th run. This ball stayed up in the zone, and somewhat amazingly, Dyson wasn't playing deeper in left field. Usually you think about a no double set, but this one stayed up in the zone over Dyson's head, and it's a brand new game.
And we're not done yet. 2 out, nobody on. The base hit by LaRoche. The walk to Ramirez and the double by Shuck. And here is Avi. Takes ball 1 downstairs. One time, Avi. One time, buddy. Big hack And the count evens at 1.
This is Avi's first pinch hitting appearance of the year.
Six 14-1 for them, 6-12-0 for us. That ball hit high, but souvenir time. So 1-2. What a nice comeback. 2 out, nobody on. Change up outside. 2-2. Protecting the plate. Pitch just off the outside corner. Good job by Avi.
David Robertson loosening in the pen.
Sucked up by Infante, and we have going to extra innings. Game going to extra innings as we score 2, tied at 6.
Feed your wild side.
With the game tied at 6, Gio Soto comes in behind the plate. Daniel Webb still on the hill. And the heart of the Kansas City batting order coming up.
Well, this is the 6th extra inning game for Kansas City. In the first 5, they're 4-1. They played 4 on the road, and they're 3-1. For our Sox, this is our 11th extra inning game. In the first 10, we're 8-2. We played 5 here at home, and we're 4-1. So here we go. Uh-oh. Stay in here. Stay in here.
It will.
It will. He just missed it.
Kansas City bullpen up and going. And it's Luke Hochevar.
So here's Kane. He is 2 for 4. A single, a double, a run scored. Takes the bunt and takes the ball. Two out, nobody on. And score 2. That's a beautiful thing. So you know the count. Come back and get it. Good speed aboard. He is 17 for 20 in stolen bases.
Now you figure it's Jennings coming in to face Hosmer. And then make Morales hit from the right side, where he's probably a little better hitter, doesn't have as much power as he does left-handed.
Robin with that slow walk. And he's going to take the baseball. So Daniel Webb, who had a good 9th inning, just 1 out here in the 10th. Walks Kane. He departs. Zach. We'll be back.
He comes in with a go-ahead run at first base, and the very speedy Kane. And there's Dan Jennings. 1-2 ERA up over 7. He's going to face Hosmer. And unless there's a double play, he faces Morales from the right side.
Hosmer 2 for 5 with an RBI. Breaking ball strike.
Lorenzo Cain, one of their premier base stealers, if not second best on the team behind Dyson. He's 17-3 in stolen bases.
Count evens at 1 to Hosmer.
And this outfield in a no doubles set is very deep all the way around.
As they should be. With the speed of Kane, can't let anything get hit over your head. Play deep and cut across. Breaking ball strike in the count 1-2. Funny little move there Dan had coming to the plate. Last pitch he threw, that's what I thought he was going.
Well, if he is indeed saving a good move, it'd be a nice time to break it out.
That's a wild pitch.
That was a good stop by Gio, but he kept it in front, didn't let it get by, but it carried him so far away that some heads-up base running on the part of Lorenzo Cain, and he's in second base.
And now Alexei's going to have to hang close with 1 out. Cain will be looking to go. Long look. And that pitch just missed inside. So a full count.
Right now, left field, very much the sun field. The visibility, especially on line drives, not all that easy.
That's hang up for him. It will. He's going to double him up. Yes. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th.
Who comes on in relief of Holland. He has no record. He does have a 3.79 ERA. 19 strikeouts in 19 innings. A couple of years ago, he was one of the dominating pitchers out of the bullpen in all of baseball. Then he got hurt, had surgery. Here he is back again. He has allowed a couple of home runs in his 19 innings of work. So we'll take a look at the reason we're going into the bottom of the 10th with a tie score. Lorenzo Cain misjudges a fly ball that was caught easily by Adam Eaton. Then Alexei steps on the bag. Just a terrible base running play. He actually stopped and started twice, but that one had no chance of falling. So we move to Sanchez in the top of the order.
Carlos is 1 for 3, a hard single and a walk. Moustakas at the cut of the grass at third. And out and around that one. 0-1 to count. Sanchez. If you're just tuning in, we had a ninth inning, 2 out, nobody on. Single by LaRoche, a walk to Ramirez, and then a double over the head of Dyson in left field. Knocking in a pair to tie the thing at 6.
O'Chaver did not pitch at all last year. 2013, a 1.92 ERA and 58 appearances out of the bullpen.
Just got a piece of it.
So Kansas City took a starter who was 8-16 in his last year of starting. They moved him into the pen, and he just was lights out. 41 hits in 70 1/3 innings, and then he got hurt. Then they did the same thing to Wade Davis, and he's been spectacular. Now O'Chaver's back.
And that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 95-mile-an-hour fastball is becoming the norm.
You can understand why O'Chaver was the first player picked in the country in 2006.
Well, the first time we saw him, it looked like he was going to be a 25-game winner. Breaking ball down, and that's out number 1.
Good curveball of the 12-6 variety. Has Carlos well out in front. Nice pick by Perez as he gets the out at first base.
So here's Adam Eaton. There's that hook. Adam 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored.
Good idea, bad execution. He saw that Hosmer was back at first base, as was Infante, and decided to drag a bunt.
Now Hosmer's way back and on the line. Right about where he is right now. 0-2 the count. Cues that curveball. Tyler Saladino on deck. Make your plans to be with us tomorrow. The sale against Danny Duffy. If you can't make it to the ballpark, we'll have it for you right here on Comcast. Pass in the dirt once again. Strike him out. Put out 2-3.
Another big hook. Another swing and a pitch that bounces in front of the plate. And again, another good stop by Perez.
Here's Tyler. He is 2 for 5 with 3 outstanding plays at third base and another real good one. Gap in left center. That fastball at 95 off the plate. Now he's got the catbird seat, 2-0.
Expanded the strike zone there. He was looking for a fastball. Got one out away off the plate. And fouled it back. There you see the location of pitch number 3.
Well, if you watch Tyler in batting practice, he's got some pop. He didn't have exactly the same swing in the game. He had 4 home runs only at Charlotte, but BP, you'd say, hey, this guy's got a little pop.
Good time to break it out if he gets one middle in.
That's where it's got to be.
But as you can see, Hochevar is throwing everything away.
He specialized in that hook. There's a good job by Tyler. That ball is about 4 or 5 inches outside.
He's able to stay alive once he committed himself. You got to go get it.
Ball gets away. So a full count. Saladino. Just got a piece of that hook. One of those plays by Tyler saved a run earlier in the game. Also, Alexei's play saved a run. And that double play in the first inning off the bat of Morales on the Rocket. That possibly saved 2 runs.
Tyler able to stay alive. And every pitch has been out of the strike zone, all 7 of them.
All right, we'll go to the 11th. Sox, if you're just tuning in, trailing 6-4. Bottom of the ninth. 2 out, nobody on. Base hit by LaRoche. A walk to Ramirez, and then J.B. Shuck with a double over the head of Garrett Dyson in left center field. Scored them both.
Well, apparently there was no Rosenbag on the mound. So Dan Jennings talked to Jerry Meals, who got in contact with the Sox dugout, and they rectified that. All is right with the world. The Rosenbag is on the hill.
And here's Morales. It'll be Morales, Perez, and Infante. Chopper. Carlos playing him perfectly.
One pitch, one out. You can't beat that.
Here's Salvador. 1 for 4. RBI double back in the first inning. Also, if you're just tuning in, Quintana started. Jose. First 3 guys, Escobar, Moustakas, and Kane, all scored in the first inning. And he settled down. It's terrific after that. That breaking ball way inside. Perez out of Valencia, Venezuela. Hooks that one foul.
He's not going to be able to get the ball on the ground between Saladino and the line, because he's playing deep and pretty much right on top of it.
And the way you guard a line is you got to know the hitter, his best bolt. You got to be able to keep it from getting by you. At third base on your right side, at first base on your left side. Hook. He gone. 2 down.
This one down and out of the zone, and Perez goes after it. Everything down, and the last one lower than that. And quickly, 2 up, 2 down.
Here's Infante. Struck out twice, grounded to third twice, and bounced back to the pitcher. Saladino almost even with the bag, 2 steps off the line. Omar Infante, the 33-year-old veteran, primarily a right field, right center hitter. And 0-2 the count.
There's a couple of young guys that really enjoy the concession stands.
Yeah, why not? They are delicious here at this ballpark. Fastball just jumped outside. I'll tell you, the Bertucci boys. Yesterday in a doubleheader, split doubleheader, sent up some beautiful. There's a chopper foul. Beautiful. Ribs, chicken, sandwiches. Awesome.
Well, it was certainly a good way to keep our blood sugar up for the finale of that split doubleheader.
It was worth it. I'll tell you that. They were delicious. Another yank foul. They're Bertucci boys, Bobby Bruno and Handsome Anthony. Outfield shading him to the right. He keeps yanking him to the left. That's trouble. You can see that one coming. You can see that one coming.
Well, although all pitchers have confidence that they can make a play, sometimes you just have to eat the baseball and concede first base, especially in a tie game in extra innings. Because Dan got to the ball and really had very little chance to throw him out. The only thing you can do if you make this play is get yourself in trouble. Unfortunately, that one scooted down the line. So a little infield chopper turns into 2 bases. Does that throw well off the mark?
Yeah, ill-advised right there.
Well, one advantage here is that the outfield can play a little more shallow than normal with Dyson up.
Dyson's been to the plate one time. He walked. Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. Two and over counts. Three and 0. And there's one.
Well, Dyson with a distinct advantage of knowing a fastball is coming.
Not too much time. Sanchez way back at second. Well, actually, just a step and a half back of halfway at short. And there's the strike. Full count. So 3-2 to Dyson with Orlando on deck. Payoff pitch. Alexei's got him. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom half of the 11th. Cabrera, Abreu, the first two. season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Brandon Finnegan comes in the ball game. He's 2-0. His ERA 3.22. Last year became the first pitcher ever to compete in the College World Series and the Major League World Series in the same year. Their #1 draft pick last year. There you look at the numbers. He's walked a few too many guys in 22 1/3 innings, so that's something to keep in mind as the Sox try to induce a walk or so and try to win yet another extra inning game. Sox have played 800 baseball in extra innings.
So here's Melky. He's 2 for 5 with an RBI. Takes first pitch strike. .22 years old, 5'11", 200 pounds, out of Fort Worth, Texas. Big motion right there, way out in front of him, 82.
Well, 10-mile-an-hour disparity between that first ball fastball and that second hook.
Ball just foul. Melky takes a long look down at Paul Emmel. Wow, just foul. Right.
Take a look at it right down the line.
That ball had a corner of the bag. Had a corner of the bag. And that fastball at 94 fouled away. Ball and 2 strikes. Just joining us, we had a little rain and some pretty good lightning and thunder earlier. There they chop it to Hopper. So 1 out. Here's Abreu. He's 1 for 4. Jose had his 13-game hitting streak snapped last night. Beckham on deck. Big gap in left center. Inside edge of the inside corner. Jose pulling off. Pitch.
Yeah, that one he didn't see real well because that was well low and out of the zone.
Well, he's obviously trying to do a little too much right now. The club's not hitting, not scoring any runs. And that's what the big hurt. That's the only time he ever got into a funk. When we weren't hitting, weren't scoring, he would expand his strike zone and trying to do too much. Count evens at 2.
Gordon Beckham in the on-deck circle.
$6.15-1 for them, $6.12-1 for us. He did not go.
Andy Fletcher on the appeal. He said nope, he didn't go.
He was looking for it, got it at 94.
That was right down the middle.
And he was just underneath it.
Take a look where 7 appears. It's very hittable. Fouled it off.
33,559. And once again, the 3-2. Checks it up.
We'll take another look. The appeal to Andy Fletcher again on this one. Looked like he didn't go around as far that time as he did the time before.
Exactly. He didn't. Yeah. So here's Gordon with 2 down. Breaking ball in the dirt. Big gap in left center. Escobar. So Finnegan has a 1-2-3, and we'll go to the 12th.
reason why we're here is the man you're looking at, J.B. Shuck, with runners at first and second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. He came up, got a hanging breaking ball, and inexplicably, Jared Dyson is not playing all that deep in left field in a no-double set. And so, the game is tied at 6.
Paulo Orlando. He's had a good day at the plate. He's 2 for 4. RBI double, a walk, and a run scored. He's done a good job since being called up. Won one game with a walk-off grand slam. One and 0 the count. Outside edge of the outside corner. 1-1. In a hurry. Yes, nice play to get the speedy Orlando.
This one right inside the line. Jerry Meals on the call, the home plate up. He gets it there in plenty of time. And that's a big first out.
So here's Escobar. If you're just joining us, there has been some sterling defensive play in our infield today. Overall, probably the best we've seen this year. A couple of real good stretches by Abreu. Terrific range by Sanchez. Alexei with a couple of stunning plays, especially to start that double play in the first. And Saladino, outstanding at third. And he'll take it himself. So here's Moustakas. First time up, he ripped a double right over the head of Adam Eaton. A knock and run. Then he scored. Then he went deep into center field. Adam caught that one. And went out to right. Then he hit hard into a 4-6-3 double play. Then he had a sacrifice fly. And then in the 10th went deep. Taking Shuck back up on the warning track. Hitting 296 coming in. Now hitting a 294. If you're swinging the bat bad, you take that one for the team. If you're swinging the bat good, you get out of the way of it.
And hope to get one middle in. He got
a good rip.
He got one right down the middle and fouled it straight back.
He had a good rip at it.
And take a look where the number 2 pops up. Not all mistakes are hit.
If they were, you guys would be in trouble.
There'd be no pitchers.
You guys would definitely be in trouble. Breaking ball. Yanks that one foul. And with real good hitters, not all good pitches are taken for strikes. The real good hitters have a penchant, especially in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, for hitting good pitchers' pitches. That's low. 6 runs on 15 hits, 1 error for them. 6 runs on 12 hits, 1 error for us, in a huge ball game. High pop-up on a breaking ball. He had another good pitch to hit. And a good job by Jennings to go to the bottom of the 12th. Ramirez to lead it off.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
We head into the bottom of the 12th inning. This extravaganza tied at 6. There's been 27 hits. Each team has made 1 error.
And again, if you're just tuning in, trailing 6-4 we were. Bottom of the 9th, 2 out. Nobody on. Base hit by LaRoche, a walk to Ramirez, and a 2-run double by J.B. Shuck. So here's Alexei. Shuck on deck. Alexei. Here's what he did back in the 7th inning. Tie it up. Got a little bit break right there as Alex got stuck in the fence.
Yeah, he didn't get back to the wall in time because he would have made that catch. He's tall enough with long enough arms to have made the catch if he had been there, but he drifted back with it and couldn't jump up to get it.
1-1 to count to Alexei. It's been a very eventful day. 10th anniversary of the 2005 World Series champion White Sox. Great to see a lot of the guys again. Hadn't seen in a long time. There's that pitch close. Goes our way. 2-1. Oh, what a nice club that was. We always talk about the 83 club and the 2005 club. Nobody ever talks about the 94 team anymore. That club was one of the best clubs the White Sox have ever had. And the strike came. And everybody prior to the strike was talking about a World Series between the Sox and the Montreal Expos. There's a chopper. And 1 out. Montreal and Sox heading for a collision. Two great teams. And that dumb strike. Jimmy takes ball one.
JB looking back and talking with Jerry Meals. Can't afford to lose an outfielder here, JB, so. First one was down, and second one was a little down, borderline. That was way down.
Perez has taken a beating behind that plate today. Salvador's going to sleep well tonight.
Well, last year he played 150 games, and this year Ned Yost was saying that they're going to have to monitor his game action because they want him fresh heading into the playoffs.
That evens the count at 2.
There's a look at the skipper.
And the 2-2 pitch. Two down, here comes Gio.
It's pretty good. Now you call it a slider or curve. It had a big break to it. It was late, and JB could not catch up.
The old slurve. Gio making his first plate appearance. Now field straight up, spread out. About equidistant. Makes that fastball right there. Come on, Gio, one time, buddy. Square him up. Oh, wow. He was trying.
You got two fastballs in essentially the same spot. One at 92, one at 93. And swung through it. Perez wants it on the outside part of the plate. This is right down the middle. Gio was airing it out.
Yeah, no sense in hitting a flare over the first base dugout.
Nope, not now, not this late.
That ball hit hard. Stretch! They look up. It's off the wall. He thought it was out of here. Now he's going to have to slide into second base.
And Gio, like all the other Sox fans in the ballpark, hoping that one just got up a little higher than it did. He hit the daylights out of it, but unfortunately it did not leave the yard. That was another fastball, and 3 times Finnegan threw it right down the middle. The third time, it almost got out of here.
Off the wind trust. Hi, right man, right spot. Right time, right now. Carlos. Carlos 1 for 4 today. Nope. We'll go to the 13th in this 6-6 tie.
Champion 2005 Chicago White Sox, the 10-year anniversary. There it is, and there is Kenny Williams and Ozzie Guillen with the trophy. And then a parade of the notables. Fans absolutely love these guys, and why not?
Carl Everett. Boy, was it great to see Carl again. I haven't seen him in so long.
And you saw a group shot taken on the mound. That'll go up on one of the walls here.
So here we go. Lorenzo Cain here in the top of the 13th. Takes a breaking ball strike.
Lorenzo had a base running blunder, one of the few things he's done wrong in these 3 games. That ended the 10th inning.
He has become a real force. No doubt about it. Gap out there, big gap in left center. Uh-oh. A roller, and it is 7-6 Kansas City.
That one a no-doubter, the 3rd hit of the day for Cain. And along with his speed and his ability in center field to chase down anything that stays in the ballpark, he occasionally will do this. The Ford home run replay, a rolling curveball, his 9th of the year. He's driven in 44. And he's been on base 5 times this day. Dan Jennings most unhappy with himself.
Caught! Beautiful catch, timing by Alexei. Off the bat of Hosmer, 1 out.
Eric Hosmer trying for a base hit opposite way, but Alexei at the top of his jump keeps it out of left field.
It'll be the top of the order for our guys in the bottom of the 13th, but we got to get out of this with just this one. There's a strike. Morales 1 for 4 with an RBI. He now has 62 RBIs on the season. And an 0-2 count. Yeah, when you're seeing the ball like Lorenzo Cain, it's not that tough. Seven, 16-1 for them, 6-13-1 for us here in the top of the 13th inning if you're just joining us. Yes, he did. Oh, come on. If Abreu went, he went.
We'll take a look at the side swing of Kendrys Morales.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
He checked that one up.
Yeah, he did. Just got a piece of that one.
Some young fans, some older fans hanging around to see the resolution of this titanic struggle.
And the 2-2 pitch. And that breaking ball hit hard. So 1 on, 1 out, 1 in.
Sox did something that hasn't been done a whole lot of, and that is tie up a ball game down by 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs and nobody on. Greg Holland gave up some base hits. The key one, the double to J.B. Shuck.
That was a big walk he made to Alexei in that sequence. So here is Perez. Off the end of the bat.
The pin is up and going. And it's Ryan Madsen. Ryan's a man that sat out 3 years. Trying to get over injuries.
Got that one by him at 92.
Madsen had elbow ligament surgery and was out of the big leagues for 3 years.
Good pitch, didn't get it. That ball hit right at him. Hang Wolfram for Salvador, 2 down.
This is an extended outing for Dan Jennings. And we're seeing a little bit of fatigue in this particular inning.
Omar Infante. Takes first pitch strike. High pop-up. But the home run by the center fielder, who looks like a Torrey Hunter in his prime, Lorenzo Cain, in a 7-6 Kansas City.
And a new pitcher on the mound, and it is Ryan Madsen. We saw him in the opener of the series. He went an inning in relief of Chris Young. Gave up a couple of hits, but wasn't scored upon. ERA 196, a 1-1 record, on for the 40th time. Well, he's got to deal with the top of the order. Looking for at least one and preferably a couple of runs.
Time is called. Darrell Boston did not have his helmet on. So here we go. Top of the order, bottom of the 13th. Adams 1 for 5, had an RBI single back in the fourth. He also walked in the third and scored. Goes through that one at 94. Two. Saladino on deck. Haslow. Good way to start it. Got a changeup out over the plate.
He stayed right with it. It's an off-speed pitch. In full protection mode, he was able to take it right back up the middle. And the tying run's aboard.
Those high changeups have a tendency to get hit hard. So here is Saladino. 2 for 6. Outfield well around to the right. Nice gap out there in left center if he can find it. Checks it up. Pitch at the top of the zone. He has not been calling that strike. So 0-2 the count. Just a short lead by him. Here's Melky. Melky has faced this guy 4 times, and he is 0 for 4.
The outfield is way back all the way around.
Caught. And a double up, and this ball game is over. That's too bad. Scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 out, nobody on. Go to 13. A big ball game. And we lose it 7-6. Let's check out our player of the game. It is Lorenzo Cain with that long home run. And they win it 7-6. So, for Steve Stone, for our producer Mike Leary, our director Todd Benjaminson, our associate producer Dave Ross, for the mayor, Angel Group, for Mike Mayer, Frank D'Amato, Frank Leone, and Brett Bullock, and the executive producer Jim Corno Jr. This is the Hawk. So long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Line with Chuck and Bill. You've been watching White Sox baseball on Comcast Sports.